And he also then responded as it's a statement. And that's why I chose that name, is because I wanted people using it as in our community as a statement. No white guilt. No white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Because there are more than one. I've been on both the radio and the JF. Mudfish says, I'll load a card with a substantial amount to help keep you working. My word, because you're the best voice we have. I really thank you for that. You know what? I'm not the best anything. I'm just the guy who tries with all his heart. One of these days I'm going to tell the story, and it's going to have to be on a video. I won't be able to do it on a live stream because it makes me too emotional, and then I can't talk. One of these days I'm going to tell you the story of one of my brothers and the heart that at that time that little boy had. That's it. That's what we're going to say right now. Heart is what matters. Not skill, not talent, not looks, nothing, none of that. Heart is what matters. Tenacity, desire, passion. You can all have that. You can all access that. That is what matters. Get up in the morning, and when your feet hit the floor, I want the anti-whites to tremble in their boots. That is how you make your life matter. The anti-whites know better than anybody what's going to harm and undermine what they are doing. Is that not the case? So if they know better than anyone else on planet Earth what is going to undermine what they're doing, and these are not the pink-haired anti-whites at YouTube, at this platform, or that platform. These are the governments. If they're saying, no, don't let these people hear that lexicon, those dialectics. They're telling you that it works. They're telling you that they can tell it's going to undermine what they are poisoning you with. They're saying that's the antidote. Don't let it into our country. HC Entertainment, £5 investment. Thank you very much for that, HC. How can you not love this guy? 100% dedicated to the cause. Amen in return. Thank you very much for that kind investment. But to us, they will throw the laurel of victory around our necks. Our names will be the ones that they remember. Our lives. You can be remembered through your lineage. You can be that great-great-grandfather who fought for white well-being, grandfather thus and such, and your image goes up on the wall in their home. Now that is something that gives me chills. That's something that I would feel absolute honor to be able to be that face on the wall in that family, generations from now. He did all that he could. That's how I would be. How do you, if at all? Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. I want you to have that. I want you to use that MC, mean curative, when you go out and have conversations online, in person. So let's get into some of this now. How about the anti-whites? Now, we've talked about it before. Why do the anti-whites need to censor us? They need to censor us because they cannot allow you to hear what I have to say. Because if you hear what I have to say, then they, anti-whites, will lose their control over your thoughts. And if they lose control over what you think, then they lose control over your actions. They admit it. I have listened to their lectures where they have said we cannot allow people to hear the white positive message because it's too alluring. Because it makes too much sense to them. So we have to shut them down. We never engage them in conversation. That is what the anti-whites teach their propagandists at the highest levels. They only engage us when it is a prearranged situation like an interview, and they have set it up so that we are always going to lose the conversation. Yes, the statement, no white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Has it been 2 hours since we've started? I have limitless energy for the cause of white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. So we have some interesting things coming up.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Nothing will stop us. Featured stories today. Sadiq Khan's office under fire. White families don't represent real Londoners. Oliver Anthony aggravated to hell by conservatives. Jeremy at the quartering getting it wrong again. I'd like to like that guy. The rest of the
Unwoke program, yes, on 1.5 speed. Hospital says white race should be made to feel uncomfortable about its whiteness. How'd you like to be a patient there? Lawsuit, U.S. government suing SpaceX to force them to hire non-white citizens. Your comments, calls, and questions, and then there's this. A multimillionaire living in Darwin, Australia, decided to throw a party and invited all of his buddies and neighbors. He also invited Brian, an older, skinny Aborigine that worked for the multimillionaire cleaning his 200-foot yacht. The multimillionaire held the party around the pool in the backyard of his mansion. Everyone was having a good time drinking, dancing, eating prawns and oysters from the barbecue, and flirting. Then, at the height of the party, the millionaire said, "I have a 15-foot man-eating crocodile in my pool, and I'll give $1 million to anyone who will join him in the pool." The words were barely out of his mouth when there was a loud splash. Everyone turned around and saw Brian in the pool, fighting madly with the crocodile, jabbing it in the eyes with his thumbs, throwing punches, headbutting the alligator, getting in chokeholds, and biting its tail. The water was churning and splashing everywhere. Both Brian and the croc alligator were screaming and raising hell. Finally, after what seemed like an age, Brian strangled the crocodile and let it float to the top of the pool like a dead goldfish. An exhausted Brian wearily climbed out of the pool with everybody staring at him in disbelief. The millionaire said, "Well, Brian, I reckon I owe you $1 million. "Nah, you're all right, boss. I don't want it," said Brian. So the millionaire said, "I have to give you something. You won the bet. How about $500,000? "No thanks. I don't want it," Brian insisted. The millionaire said, "Come on, I insist on giving you something. It was amazing. How about a Porsche, a Rolex, and some stock options?" Once again, Brian said no. Confused, the rich man finally asked, "Well, Brian, what do you want?" Brian scowled. "I want the son of a bitch that pushed me in." That is so funny, ladies and gentlemen. Brian's going to get somebody. He's kicking somebody's ass. It's wonderful to be with everybody here today on a glorious Trump is our president Sunday gathering. It's wonderful to be with you in the once great state of Virginia, right across the river from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 5 right here in Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And the champions have come in to celebrate, to bring our age to a new dawn so that we can defeat this evil that is consuming the West. It's wonderful to see all you all. If you would like to contact me with a comment or question over the course of this gathering, please do tag me as No White Guilt on one of many platforms. I have YouTube here on some monitor to my right, your left. I have over here, I have, let's see, I even have Rumble up now. And is it working? Rumble is working, I believe. And yes, it is. I believe it is, at least. And of course, we have D Live is up and running, and Odyssey is up and running. Hello to everybody on all of these different platforms. You can tag me as No White Guilt. Please tag me as No White Guilt, and I will respond to you. Yes, it is running. Good deal. I think it is. And you may also financially gift over the course of this gathering. You can do so at Cash App, which is some monitors to my extreme right, your extreme left. And you can financially gift in cash. You can financially gift there in cryptocurrency as well. If you would like to gift in a cryptocurrency that you want to be completely anonymous, you can go ahead and head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab. You will see the wallets I use. You will also see a snail mail address at which you can reach yours truly. And we do have some mail in the mail bag today, a glorious individual sending some mail in the mail bag today. You may also financially gift at DLive in their funny little cryptocurrency, or at Odyssey in their funny little cryptocurrency, but also at Odyssey in cash dollars if you so desire. And I'll be keeping an eye on all of these different platforms to make sure that things are up and running and working as we would like them to work. And we're going to get into everything here in just a moment. Our stories, the first, of course, today is going to be let's see, what are we going to cover first? I think we're going to talk about very briefly Sadiq Khan, and then we're going to roll into some of these other items, which are very interesting today. How do you like the Trump for president flag up there above my shoulder? Flying high, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure. Wanted for president, Donald Trump. There he is, wanted for president, Donald Trump. I don't know if somebody in our community made this, or maybe it was Clips who added the address on the side. It's glorious. I love it. No matter what. Donald Trump for president. Let's get into the swashbuckling really quickly, and then we will head on over into those first stories and the things that you all have to say. Let's break out the crowd, and let's see if we can have them celebrate a little bit while we're celebrating. A little bit of cheers in the background. We're going to begin by celebrating Raucous emojis, 07s. Get out your salutes. Drop your crowns for the one and only Franklin, who was over there. And I didn't get the video today of it. I didn't get any video of it today, but I do want to tell you that he was at Amala again. Millions, ladies and gentlemen, of viewers over there, Amala. And Franklin got her to use social lynching. Let's celebrate this guy. How are these things happening? Well, it's happening because we have champs from Team White Wellbeing, the outreach team, and solo actors out of there in service to white well-being, using the lexicon and the concepts that change the world we live in. Can anybody hear the cheering? I don't know if you can hear it or not. Let me know if you can hear the cheering. It should be faint in the background, but let me know in the live chat. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I'll see if you can hear the cheering. God bless Franklin. 07s to that hero. Let's move it along to Anti-Whiteism Must End. Anti-Whiteism Must End is a channel on, or an account on Twitter that was able to get an account called I Am Yes, You Are No, with 150,000 subscribers over there. Was able to get that account to follow me. That's some epic swash. Let's see some swashbuckling flags. During the swash, when we celebrate the swashbuckling announcements, you've got to get out the flags. And what does swashbuckling mean for us here? It means a romantically, idealistically, heroically swashbuckling onto the scene in the various ways that you understand swashbucklers throughout history. And we bring to the environments of our world, of different circles, our different family circles, work circles, and the rest. We bring to them the love, hope, and redemption of white well-being by way of the epic lexical dialectical power that we wield here in service to white well-being. Big thank you to Anti-Whiteism Must End. Who are we on to next? We have special welcome to our newest members on the outreach team. The OT has some brand new members, and we want to special welcome them. Get out your 07s. Get out some swashbuckling flags for Lady Anglo, Jay Bishop, and Hans the Skipper. God bless you all. Want to see you doing magnificent things. Want to see your name in lights during the swashbuckling. When we celebrate the epic swash that's taking place, ladies and gentlemen, we want to see your names. We have 2 accounts this week, each with 6,000+ sub followers, who created and posted their own No White Guilt memes. Your great leader of the OT, Wes, says he's never seen or heard of them before. This is just by way of contact, ladies and gentlemen. It's just by way of osmosis that this is happening all over the world, all over the West. It is the changing of the societal conversation, which is something the white sympathetic sphere, in all of its efforts and all of its vehicles and all of its ideology, was never able to do. So God bless those champions. Can you hear this? Can you hear the cheering now? Has the cheering come through yet, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know, because I want to find the exact right volume for the sound to come through, the cheering to come through, so we can celebrate with the crowd in full. Epic, excellent development, he says. Memes of the week. The Memes of the Week awards go to RC the Realist, Homeless Bear, Just the Misses, Anders, and WordConqueror. Drop the crowns and swashbuckling emojis. God bless. 07s, 95s, ladies and gentlemen, for these champions. 007s for the work they're doing. These memes, I got to tell you, are epic, and we are geared up, and we are making it happen, and these will be the memes that will be shared. We keep pumping them out into the world, and they will be taken, and they will be shared. The folks that are making these memes are glorious, and we love you all. Big salutes to these champions. And we have Reptile doing reaching out to our King Dice, ladies and gentlemen, King Dice. And we want to share that right now. Take a look at this. If it'll come up on the screen, I don't know. I see nothing on the screen, but it's supposed to be there right now. Let's see. We'll try to bring it down. We'll try to pop it up again. Still, oh, there we go. It decided to show up. This is Reptile. Swashbuckling flags out for Reptile. You know him as a glorious, glorious activist in service to white well-being. We want to celebrate this man. Here he is in a conversation with King Dice. He says, will you please discuss numerical courage? Others only conform to the Western archetype where whites are the majority. But when those populations become too large for us to enforce those standards, those behaviors in accordance to their own. White erasure is the destruction of our laws, behavioral norms, and societal standards. It's why, let me do this. Can I read it any better like that? Yes, maybe so. It's why crime and abominable behavior are now commonplace. They have numerical courage over our ability to enforce and uphold Western norms. Let's give it up for the great Reptile over there. Please use and discuss numerical courage, King Dice. God bless you, good sir. Reptile and the great King Dice for all his swashbuckling. Let's get out some swashbuckling flags for King Dice for his work. And what kind of consequences or and the results of all of these efforts, ladies and gentlemen? Well, let's take a look around the world. Here you have Nigel Farage. Sadiq Khan's London is run by an anti-white prejudice, which could be called racism. Well, no, you're getting there, Farage. You're getting there. How many of us in the white sympathetic sphere could have had somebody of Farage's level saying the words that we want him to say without paying him millions of dollars? Never until us, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-white. Indeed, we're going to get him saying anti-whiteism because that's what will replace his anti-white prejudice there. How about this? Give it up. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody solo actor who's out there in service to white well-being. Give it up for Team White Well-Being. Give it up for the outreach team, the OT, and your leader over there on the OT, Biospirit of the West. These are the people who are calculatingly, strategically, playbook beforehand, making it happen around planet Earth. And now we see somebody who the great Franklin has been working on so very hard to get this guy. He's been recalcitrant. He has been absolutely intractable, ladies and gentlemen. He does not want to say anti-whiteism, but Franklin has been at work on him, and so have some others. And here we have Jack Posobiec. Here is Andrew Weissman mocking Clark and Meadows for being white. And the same people will say there's no such thing as anti-whiteism. Epic swash, quadruple sevens, ladies and gentlemen. Who's he talking? Whose language is he using? Who's influencing him? Oh, it's not. Oh, the little Fuentesians that came after me and said, oh, we're the ones who are influencing it. You're not doing shit. You're not doing shit. He's using a language that we're pushing. God bless Franklin and team White Well-Being. We love every single one of you, ladies and gentlemen. That, of course, is the epic swash. And one more, ladies and gentlemen, more folks that we could never talk to directly, more people that we could never pay directly that we could never get the money for directly over there on Watson's channel. He's doing a little video, and it shows a video clip of a gentleman over there in the UK who says this.
Does diversity even mean?
Whether you want to call it racism or anti-white prejudice, there's something deeply wrong with the Mayor of London's office, where diversity now is just a code word meaning non-white.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. It's just a code word. It's just a code. Anti-white, using it all over the world because of the work that we're doing. I salute every single one of you. God love you. 7 seconds, and we'll be right back for the rest of our gathering. All right. Could you hear the cheering? I don't know. I couldn't hear it. I don't know where it was. I was listening for it. Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. This is truly something, though. It really is something to have folks. And this is exactly the way that I planned it. And exactly the way that I have explained it to you all. And you either came here because you were already thinking many of these things about how to remedy our situation. And so you were like, this makes perfect sense. This is exactly what I want to do. Others, you were intelligent enough to understand it, and make no mistake. This is a genuine salute to you. If you don't have the intelligence to understand the white well-being activism, the go free method, if you don't have the intelligence, you walk away from it. It genuinely is an IQ test, because you have to be within a certain IQ point range, at least at a minimum, to get it, for it to make sense. Otherwise, you just move right along. And that's how we like things to be here. That's how we end up with the can-dos rather than the do-nothings. The do-nothings go and they listen to others, doom document, doom dissect, doom divine, and they complain all day long. That's not what we do here. We are the people who have come together in service to the recapture of our destiny for the good of all people of all races and religions who live across the West. The only way that it could possibly be done, the way that comports with our personal morality and the morality of our brothers and sisters across the West. We have come here, and we, by God, with this number of people that we have here, by the contributions of our intelligence and our time, in the middle of our day, raising children, going to work, dealing with neighbors, dealing with family members, we are coming together, and we are donating our time and intelligence and creativity and effort. And we, by that alone, with tools, masterful tools designed for the purpose of the recapture of our destiny, have outpowered the trillionaires in Western civilization, the anti-white oligarch trillionaires. We have outpowered the people who run the psychological warfare for the anti-white oligarchs. We have outpowered the mainstream media. We have outpowered the anti-whites everywhere we turn in our lives. Something that you really, truly have to appreciate. You have to think and sit down for a moment and say to yourself, what is it that we have really done? And when you see that, when you contemplate this, when you hold it in your mind for rumination, you see that, my friends, we have walked on water. We have moved mountains. We have changed the time span. We have changed the world we live in. Nothing like that has ever been done. The words, the lexical, dialectical power that we specifically outline in the Go Free method have been spread like the curative contagion. As we push them, others are taking them. And we are getting, talk about putting it into another gear. With Biospirit of the West in charge of the outreach team, we have found another gear in this mother. I'm going to tell you what. And we have lit the pavement on fire, baby. We have lit it on fire. It's showing up everywhere. How's it happening? Maybe some old guy said it once decades ago and nothing happened then, and that's what's doing it now. No, stop it, you little jealous bitches. Stop it. You know it's us. You know it's the work that we're doing. You better stop it. In fact, Franklin and I were messaging last night way deep, just a couple messages, and we're looking, I'm not going to say, we're looking for receipts because we have so many of these losers showing up. And we're going to get into Sadiq Khan in just a moment. Then we're going to get into Oliver Anthony and how he is aggravated to hell by conservatives. It's a very interesting little video, very short. We'll get into Jeremy. We'll talk to him. We can talk about this hospital. We'll talk about that lawsuit. We also have a little girl who's 14 taking on this anti-white school board. And then all of the conservatives out there are so impressed. They're so impressed. But we're going to point out how it's not very impressive and how she could be empowered and actually do something. And that's what we want for that little girl. We're going to get into all of that in just a moment. Let me take a sip out of the coffee here. You can see from my Totally Meta. You know what? Take a look at my Totally Meta. I want to really aggravate, and that's a flag in the background. If you all don't know that, that's a flag of me on a flag. That's a me on a flag with a coffee with me on the coffee, and me in the foreground drinking coffee with me on the coffee. Not only that, there is my brain framed. That's how arrogant I am, you Ant Nat POSs and all of you out there who want to say that you're not doing it. You all aren't doing it. You don't know what you're doing. You didn't do it. It can't be done. And then when it's done, you didn't do it. There's my brain, mother. How many of you out there are proud enough about your brain to put it in a frame? That's what we do. Brain in a frame. I'll tell you something very interesting. Short story about that picture of the brain in the frame. I had that picture on my phone, and I was at a gathering of sorts. I was at a conference of sorts, a retreat of sorts, and there was one of the older gentlemen, deeply respected, was there. And we were talking about things like brains and this sort of an IQ. And I said, well, you know what? I actually have a picture of my brain. Let me show you. And I had a picture of some other brains to compare it to on the phone as well. And I showed this older gentleman, and he was astonished, very respected, deeply respected in the white sympathetic sphere. And he called over one Spencer, and he said, have a look at Kuna's brain. Just have a look at it. And Spencer refused. Isn't that something? Have a look at it. Would you just look at it and look at it compared to the other brains? And Spencer said no and walked away. That's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. Presidential portrait, ladies and gentlemen. That's the flag to dominate all flags. I'm going to tell you what. If the anti-whites can hang on the White House and elsewhere across the United States, this whatever anti-whiteism flag that they put together that has everybody represented on it except for white people, specifically white males not represented on there, white heterosexual males not represented on there. If they can hang that higher than the Stars and Stripes, well, you know what? I might just hang the Stars and Stripes under my new Trump flag that I created. Trump, baby. Eat it, bitches. That's the kind of arrogance we have going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check out. Let's go ahead and check out Sadiq Khan. Let me find that story. And we'll very briefly speak to that. I think maybe we'll talk to a couple stories, but we'll briefly speak to each of them. Why, there it is. I found it. Why don't we go ahead and put it up on screen for you all? We'll do the old screen capture thing. There it is. It showed up. Not a big surprise this time. Didn't hide anywhere. Sadiq Khan's office under fire for suggesting white families don't represent real Londoners. Now, there's something serious here that we really have to address. And it is something, again, another prediction that I have made and kept through the years and years. Another prediction that is coming true. And I have almost always associated this prediction. Let me make me big and the story small, because that's who you want to see, isn't it? I mean, come on. Like, you want to see the independent on the screen. Me and Trump. That's what you want to see. Me and Trump. So you got me and Trump. And this is something very serious. I have usually connected this to the stories about ancient civilizations, and they credit the peoples that live in those places now with the creation, the building of those civilizations, those great civilizations. But for some strange reason, they have forgotten how to build those things and create those civilizations. They've forgotten the language somehow. They've forgotten the mathematics. They've forgotten the sciences. They've forgotten it all. And then we show up much later, and then we Rosetta Stone style and etc. find out, okay, well, actually, here's the language, and then explain how things are built and everything like that. And then we find some genetics in there. And I told you, for I have been using London as my example, I think at least since high school, maybe in junior high school, when I began resisting all of this, maybe at least since junior high school, been using London as my example. And I've said, one of these days, anti-whites will claim that white people don't represent London, and that eventually white people didn't build London. 100%. I've been saying that since at least high school, maybe junior high school. I started using that example because you could see it everywhere. You could see it everywhere in any study of history. And then here you have, come many years later, 2023, this anti-white piece of garbage mayor of London says white families don't represent real Londoners. And so there's a little bit of a hubbub, a little bit of a pushback on this today, but it won't be next year or the year after. And in 5 years, they'll be saying that, well, it really wasn't just white people that built London. It's they contributed, but it wasn't white people. Our people wasn't white people. And then in 10 years, 15 years, they'll say white people had nothing to do with it. You watch. It's just like money. And you have people all the time, they'll say, oh, well, our money is worthless because it's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. It's backed by you being dead. That's more valuable, your life, than gold or silver, dipshits. I love having these arguments with these people. And I always, it's like I grab them by the back of their head metaphorically and I push their head into the hood of their car. And I'm like, you're going to fucking get it. You're going to get it before you walk away from here. You're buying this fucking car. And then sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes they don't because they're so stuck in their ways. What makes history history? What makes it, it's not happening again. It's not still happening somewhere. What makes history? I'm going to ask you again. What makes history history? The ability to force the stories on you. That's what makes history history. Whoever has the ability in the present to force history on you, that's the history. That's what makes. So it's just like currency. They can kill you. It's force backed. That's what the history is. That's why this historical revisionism was so stupid and continues to be so stupid. And I'm sorry, I just got to say it's stupid. I know there are a lot of people. There are people out there that I like that went the direction of historical revisionism. There are people out there very smart, very educated, and they think it's the way to go, and they're just wrong. But I got to just say, just generally speaking, since I've articulated how this is the case and we can see it empirically, it is now stupid to say otherwise. It is just simply stupid to say otherwise. And so they'll be able to say in very short order to people who were alive and still being taught in government schools that this is the history, white people did this, our people did that. They'll be able to tell them same people, nope, that's not what happened anymore. Here's what happened. And then the force of this swelling, burgeoning morass of total assholes in the world, IQs, just low IQs, and they're just led at no end in sight to satisfying their carnal lusts, their need for entertainment. They will go to that swelling mass of people and they will give them fiction that says, well, here were the real Londoners that built London from the scratch. And they'll show them in pure entertainment a bunch of non-white people. And then you will talk to those people and you'll say, no, that's not the case. And then they will swell up around you and say, what do you think you know? You have no idea. I saw it in a movie. And then who will be right? Well, you can say you're right all the way till they put you in jail or in the grave or beat the hell out of you or whatever it is, but it won't make you right. We have to control and provide people an option to the anti-white narrative. And we do that with the lexical dialectical power that we provide here in service to white well-being, my friends. And when we do that, when we give them that option, they will take that option. And then we will occupy the software in their heads. And then they, with their bodies, will strive for outcomes that serve in various ways with the power they wield and the offices they set and the kitchens they set, wherever it might be, at the lathes they work at. They will bring to the material world white well-being in ways that you cannot fathom, imagine, in ways that you cannot predict. Sadiq Khan over here, the anti-whites. White families don't represent real Londoners. And just out of curiosity, I'm going to jump right off the story. We're going to keep rolling. Just out of curiosity, read the first couple of paragraphs. When they show white people in advertising increasingly, this is like over the past decade, increasingly, when they show them, now we've had before this past decade, we still have going on, the white guy is always goofy, he's always inept, he's always ugly, he's always, unless he's dating a non-white woman, but that doesn't happen very often in the advertising, on the TV shows, etc. Over the past decade, the thing that happens increasingly is that if they're going to show white people, they are transgender, they are homosexual, they are in wheelchairs, they're crippled, right? If they're going to show white people at all, never showing the optimal white family, a father, and that's, of course, our opinion, a father, a mother, and children being raised in service to white well-being, inoculated with the go-free practice against this infernal anti-whiteism that has suffused our world and is choking us noxious. It's noxious. You're talking about climate change. That's the real climate change, is that everywhere we turn, there's anti-whiteism choking the hell out of us and killing us, right? That's how they show white people. So here they show what is our optimal situation: white father, white mother, children, as I just articulated, and they say, no, that doesn't represent real Londoners. Sadiq Khan was forced to distance himself from a claim on his website that pictured a young white family that reads, quote, does not represent real Londoners. The Labour London mayor was criticized over the message. And this, it's important to really take away from here, and especially for our new conservative, more and more conservative friends of ours showing up. And we're conservative people. We want the biospirit of the West. We want Western civilization. We don't see it as a conservation. We see it as a reassertion. We see it as something we're actively doing. We're not stopping the loss. We're not stopping the blood loss. We're up off the goddamn table, and we have a metaphorical spear and shield in hand, and we are taking back our destiny. So this is everywhere. You think this mentality, this anti-white mentality, is unique to Sadiq Khan? You think that's unique to him? No, everywhere. Do you all remember? How many years ago was it? Can somebody give me the date of when Katrina hit New Orleans? A city built by white people, for white people, that was 100% white people when we founded the city and incorporated the city. Of course, all that's my opinion. The ear is against the door. You'll have to check it out with the anti-whites at MSNBC. You'll have to check it out with the anti-whites at Fox News. For those anti-white bastards over there, you'll have to check that out. What did they say? What did the mayor down there say? He said, this be a chocolate city. I think that's an exact quote. Quote, this be a chocolate city. Go look it up. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think that's an exact quote of what he said. He said chocolate city several ways, but I think the first time he said it was, that's the way he said it. a chocolate city. So this has been going on for a long time. And it's like popcorn that's just sort of coming up, pop, 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 and it's up in different areas. More anti-whiteism, more statements of this is not yours. What about the state representative in government in New York, the anti-white, that just said he is happy to announce that there are no more white people. He's reduced the population of white people in his district. And then this entire room of anti-whites, specifically black anti-whites, celebrated, all applauding and snapping. What the hell is the snapping? Like anybody's going to hear that. Snapping, yeah, baby, yeah, got rid of the white people. That's what Sadiq Khan is doing. Are you going to wake up? If you're new here, this is going to be tough to hear. You like that, don't you? If you're new here, this is going to be tough to hear, but it's what you got to hear. It's time to push back. It's time to fight for the recapture of our destiny with love, hope, and redemption for the good of everyone in Western civilization. These cities, once the white people are white erased and more of the norms and expectations for behavior, the mores of white people are erased from these cities, they become places you don't want to live anymore. You're not in Kansas. Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. Except, I don't know, what is it now? What's the dogs? It's not Toto anymore. That's totally a white thing. That's definitely too white. Rodriguez, ciao. We're not in Kansas anymore. No, you're not. Because it's been white erased. He was criticized over the message that appeared on the website. The guide opened with the words, "A city for all Londoners," and promised to appeal to all ages, genders, sexual orientations, and family makeups. But a picture of a couple and their 2 children walking along the Thames with Parliament in the background was highlighted as an example of pictures not to use. A label on the picture read, quote, "doesn't represent real Londoners." Ladies and gentlemen, this is white erasure. It's very serious. Anti-whites move in. They gain control by way of numerical courage. They gain control by way of and that also is a function of ideology, a function of religion on the conquering side, as well as on the capitulating side, the side of Western kind and the good non-white people who side with us for Western civilization. Once they have it, they conclude it's not yours. You built it originally, but now we're going to say you didn't build it. We're going to say you stole it. And we're going to say non-white people built it. That is how anti-whiteism functions. And then they say, a la New York, do you like how I connect these things for you? If you have a hard time doing that, they say, get out. If you see any white people walking through London, New Orleans, New York, state of New York, they're just passing through. That's funny as hell, isn't it? Who created New York, mother? Who created it? They're just passing through. And then, like I've said before, to all these secessionist-minded people out there, good friends of mine out there that have been over the years secessionist-minded, start another country. Let's just do what we need. What we need is to start a new country. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're working on that. Tell me when you wrap that up. Tell me when you get it all wrapped up and you got a country of your own, and then I'll have a look at it. All right, dum-dum? These folks, I've told them all along, no, you see, the anti-whites control the federal government. So it doesn't matter how bad it gets in states that are ahead of others, because they'll use the rest of the states to finance the ones that are bad. And this can go for a long, long time. Far longer than you'll be alive, my friend. Far longer than you'll be alive, I can assure you. That, my friends, is Sadiq Khan, white erasure, representative. How many others tied that together for you across Western civilization? Tied it together as part of the tapestry of anti-whiteism destroying Western civilization and the means by which it destroys, and the outcomes by which, or the outcomes rather, that you can expect as a consequence. These things you can take as catalysts to introduce to friends, family, strangers, coworkers, etc. You can introduce your masseuse, maybe. Your masseuse, you're on the table. Let me tell you something. Oh, that feels so good. Let me tell you. And you can bring these things up, and you can mention, while you're bringing these things up, the different key concepts from our practice called Go Free. You can do that, and you can help be an agent for change, for good, for godly change across Western civilization. I want you to be one of those agents of change. Get off your knees, because God is disgusted with your praying. He wants you to stand when you pray. He wants you to stand and say, enough is enough. And I'm here ready to serve and to put an end to this anti-whiteism. No God out there wants you on your knees. There are other people, other kind of people who want you on your knees. Tyrants want you on your knees. Victimizers want you on your knees. Sexual predators want you on your knees. The Creator wants you to stand. If he wanted you on your knees, he'd have left you on your knees. That would be how we trod the earth. We're going to talk, though, about a hope hoax, and want to give some salutes to one of our very best, First Last, because he contributes in various ways. He contributes musically, he contributes financially, and he contributes meme curatives. And this one, beautiful, hope hoax. We have hate hoax. If anybody in the live chat right now doesn't know what a hate hoax is, somebody clue them in, help them out, and make sure, folks, you are here with me. You're here with me. Talk to me. If you can't get my attention, then others in the live chat, magnificent people who are like interstellar beings, is as change agents in the world, in the universe in which we live, they will step up and they will say, let me share with you, because they shine like the morning star, while you are going to be various shades of a clouded moon, and it's going to be some sort of a sickle moon. And that's all that you're going to be able to manifest, because you have been throttled to death by anti-whiteism. You have been throttled to death. That's why we say it's time to align with the archetype of Western kind. And the way you do it is by way of the practice of going free, ladies and gentlemen. And I can talk to you more about that as we move through another piece of the story. But we're going to talk to you very briefly. It's just a 10-minute video, and we're going to watch it on sped up. We're going to watch it on sped up speed, because we've had a lot of this guy. And I've got to say that I'm irritated. I'm a little irritated with some of the responses. Not a little bit from him. I still hold out hope for this Oliver Anthony, that he will come around. But I don't think he will. I'm holding out hope. I don't think he will. Holding out hope. Now, white people can still be in love with this song, Richmond, North of Richmond. And for you, it can mean whatever you want it to mean. You don't have to let this artist get in the way of what it means for you. You're going to listen to it, and to you, it's going to mean X, Y, or Z. Fantastic. If it, in some sort of poignant way, makes you feel sort of morose, but at the same time is an morose energy that energizes you to go out into the world to make a difference in the world before it gets worse, before it harms more, before it harms our children, before it harms our grandchildren and nieces and nephews, then wonderful, use it that way. This guy has ended up being a hope hoax. And and that can mean that it can be organic or inorganic. And I believe that it's organic in part and inorganic in part when it comes to Oliver Anthony. He and the creation of his music is the organic part, and the inorganic part is the wild pushing of him by conservative content creators. Why did they decide to push him? What was it about Oliver Anthony? And this really demonstrates that the folks who were claiming that this was like a sort of a false flag, false opposition endeavor to take momentum away have been proven wrong, because, and we here are proven right. Oliver Anthony was organic, and He wrote this song, Richmond North of Richmond. These conservative, big conservative content creators, country music, etc., saw an opportunity. And why did they see an opportunity? Because tens of millions of white people around planet Earth and in the United States saw what was meant in the song Richmond North of Richmond. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind. And we'll get to that in just a minute. They saw what was meant by it and concluded correctly that it was to represent them. A great song, a morose or salubrious or saturnine song that was to represent them, and they identified with it immediately. But something happened. The creator of that song did not like the potential. This is what I'm just speculating, but I would put money on it. Did not like the potential of the anti-whites coming after him to ruin him, as anti-whites ruin people, coming after him to ruin his family, as anti-whites ruin families. Oh, do you remember? We're talking about the UK, London. Do you remember the guy who flew a banner over a soccer field? And not only did they get him fired, but they also got the girlfriend fired. So, I mean, it's endless, and smeared their names, and now they're going to have a harder time finding jobs and everything. So everybody knows what the anti-whites do. There's this terror, this anti-white terror that pervades Western civilization. So he was aware of that. There may have been some other things, but we're going to take a look at this video real quick and dissect, short video of what he said. Let me go ahead and pull that up. A pleasure to meet you, part 2. Tell me if you all can hear this. Let's see. What speed are we at? 1.5. So you're going to be talking a little quick, but not terribly so, because he talked quite slow. I'm not, that's not a cut down or anything, but it's just his nature. So I sped him up here. It's not going to take long. Let's get into it.
Well, hey there. It's August 25th, 2023. A lot's changed since the last time I sat here and spoke to you. My friends and family have asked me how I'm doing. Everybody is wondering if I've lost my sanity yet, and I'm surprisingly calm and at peace. I don't even know what to say, but I feel thankful to be given this opportunity. The music side is exciting, and all the Billboard, iTunes charts, and all that crap. That's great, but the exciting part's been the conversations I've had with people and the things I've learned just in a couple of weeks about the human spirit and about all sorts of other things, the music industry and how dirty everything is. Like it's worse than you think.
Well, I don't understand. Many have already said this, and I will continue to say as well. He's saying the things that the country music industry wants without taking the money. At least yet. So how much sense does that make? The $8 million offer would have required him to say these anti-white, leftist anti-white things. He's saying them without the $8 million. That doesn't make him virtuous or noble or true or genuine or the real deal. That makes him a fool. He's saying what they would want if they paid him $8 million. And so maybe it's more. But there's something else at work here. And I think that there's a part of me that feels bad for Oliver, Christopher, what his real name. There's a part of me that feels bad for him because I think he's not only from a small town, but he's small town minded. He had no idea what this deluge was going to be like, and he doesn't know how to handle it. And I don't think he's handling it well. In fact, I'm confident he's not handling it well. This retreat into don't hate me, I love everybody. This retreat into I will villainy signal. I will signal leftist, anti-white ideas. Just don't hate on me is cowardice. And it's obviously going to go a very bad place for him. But there's also something else that is at work here, I think. And that is that I think with the massive popularity going from a nobody in a really small town, Farmville, Virginia, going from a nobody to this national, international, tens of millions of view, attention, and the totally gelded country music. I mean, I think country music is the only music without penises or balls. I mean, it's just 99% of it has been absolutely just limp-dicked that I've ever heard. And so this and anti-white. And so they, they show up all of a sudden. And before, $8 million is more than he would have made in his entire life. And it would be like, here's the money. And I think he's become delusional. He doesn't realize that the people of the world are not, with the exception of a few. I mean, I've had some interactions with a few of these that have actually said, conservative folks who have shown up and said, he's from God. God sent him. He's the voice of God. He's John the Baptist. I mean, it's just like, are you, these people are out of their minds. Not many people are like that. The vast majority have this intense interest in him. And you see his audiences. We saw the Farmville festival, the Farmville concert that he just gave, the one in North Carolina. He's going to be giving more. The audience is going to be 99% white. And these are not going to be white people that are saying, who cares about the fact that we're white? No. In fact, in that North Carolina interview, there was a white guy shouting American flags all around him. And he was shouting, we're going to make them hear our voice now. That's a white guy who cares about white people. That's a white guy who's tired of being shit on because he's a white male, who's tired of being mocked because he's a white male, who's tired of seeing, as a la Best Buy, a la all the big companies, giving preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility to non-whites and women and the so-called victim groups, and him being left hung out to dry. That's what the audience, the vast majority of that audience, is composed of, because they believe, and I'm going to tell you what, it's correct. They believe that the song Richmond, North of Richmond is for them. It is. It's what this Oliver Anthony knows in his heart. It's what he is griping about as well, until he suddenly had all of this attention. And then everything changed. The delusion has come into it because he's had people now saying into his ear, hey, it's all about you. Oliver, it ain't about you, buddy. The moment you stop singing about these people, the moment you keep signaling to folks that it's not about these tens of millions of white people that are getting tired of being pushed around, you're done, buddy. You're nothing. They won't have any interest in you at all. And you'll hear he's saying, this is beyond Richmond, North of Richmond. It's beyond. Then what's the center of it? It's Oliver. That's his conclusion, which, of course, is a total delusion.
So I don't know what the future looks like for me. I'm not really too concerned about the future. I'm living in the present, and I just have to have the discernment to make the right decisions from here on out. Because I think about that guy who was sitting here a few weeks ago talking to you, and the most important thing to me is not leaving him behind.
Talking about himself. Really quickly, if you didn't watch the Republican debate of the losers, because our baby Trump is going to be the winner. If you didn't watch that debate, like the 150 million or whatever who watched Trump and Tucker instead, and what happened was the very first question by Martha McCallum was, hey, here's this Richmond, North of Richmond song, this Oliver Anthony. Why has the country fallen in love? Why did McCallum say that? For the same reason that posed this question. For the same reason that all those millions became interested and fell in love with the song Richmond, North of Richmond, because they believed it was for them. And now what Oliver is telling us is that, no, that's delusory. The song is delusory. And you'll see him say that right here. And I hope he puts it to bed here for good. I know he won't for a great many people, but I mean, this is the reality.
I don't want to go on some roller coaster ride and come off a different person. if there is anything for me to address at all with you, it's that, it's the one thing that has bothered me is seeing people wrap politics up into this.
All right. The one thing that's bothered me is to see people wrap politics into it. Let's take a look at his song really quickly. Talking about the Richmond north of Richmond. And by what means do they operate control over the country? Politics. So he's really aggravated that people are bringing politics into this. But what people? What people are bringing politics into it?
I'm disappointed to see, like, it's aggravating seeing people on conservative news try to
Aggravating to see people in conservative news
identify with me like I'm one of them.
Try to identify with me like I'm one of them. That's a total disavowal of conservatives. Do you hear that, conservatives? Especially all of you that got into my thread and were just absolutely laying into me over this guy. He just disavowed you.
It's aggravating seeing certain musicians and politicians act like we're buddies and act like we're fighting the same struggle here.
Now, why would they? He's aggravating. And in fact, he says aggravating or aggravates the hell out of him. He'll say that in just a moment. Why would conservatives and not leftists, anti-whites, progressives, anti-whites, social justice warriors, anti-whites, feminists, anti-whites, liberals, anti-whites, on and on, all the names that they take for themselves that we don't give them. Why did they not identify with this song? Was the whole country wrong, Oliver? Seriously. Do you take us for a fool? Were the 300 million people who watch this, and 150 of them, 150 million, and by the way, the country is, the people are not coming together. There is a very stark divide of 150 million that hate white people. That includes white people. That includes non-white people. They call themselves by various names, and we identify them as anti-white. And then you have another 150 million, and there are percentages in there that care about white people, and there are percentages in there that don't care about white people, but they are white, and they see themselves as the targets correctly, and they're like, whoa, what's going on? There is a bloody line as wide as the Mississippi is long that divides the country. There is no people coming together against what conservatives call elites, what we call the oligarchy. These people are not elite relative to what we are, elite compared to them. These are the anti-white oligarchs. There is a bloodline as wide as the Mississippi is long in the United States. Absolutely, it is not the people versus the elites. You had 150 million on the anti-white side that said, I don't identify with this song. Don't identify with it. And this Anthony guy, this Oliver Anthony, is some kind of white supremacist. He's some kind of racist. He's some kind of, and then you had another 150 million who said, this song represents us. It's a conservative song. Must be a conservative guy. So are we all wrong? Look at the way he's looking at you. Are we all wrong? On both sides? No, we're not wrong. I say we just caught him with a organic polygraph test. We just caught him in a lie. But he's coming out, and why is it to disavow conservatives? Well, because when you disavow conservatives, what happens? Do you lose your job? Does your family lose their job? Do people get kicked out of their insurance where they hold insurance? Anti-whites have done that to us. Do people have the IRS go after them? No, none of that happens. Do people show up at their houses and destroy property and send threatening letters and etc.? Showing up and intimidating and threatening? Does that happen when you do that to conservatives? Nope, none of that happens. But it does happen when you do it to anti-whites. It does. So suddenly, he's taking this heroic stance. It's so courageous of you, Oliver, to take a heroic stance that you are aggravated to hell that conservatives are identifying with your song. You're so fucking brave, buddy.
Like that we're trying to present the same message. You know, we're fighting. It's aggravating seeing certain musicians and politicians act like we're buddies and act like we're fighting the same struggle here. Like that we're trying to present the same message. You know, I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I tried to be polite to everybody. And
I want to make clear again. I feel sorry for this guy because I can tell he's scared. I can get upset because I'm a man of the West and he is male at least. And this is how I would talk to him face to face. And I know that there are ladies out there of both sexes that are just like, oh shit, look how mad he is. This is not, you're not man enough for a conversation between men. So maybe you want to stop listening. If this is hurting your delicate nature, I feel sorry for this guy, and I am calling him out to do the right thing. You're being a coward. You know what you meant by the song. Everybody is not wrong, and you're right, Oliver. Everybody on both sides is not wrong, and you're right.
I've talked to hundreds of people the last 2 weeks. It seems like certain people want to just ride the attention of the song to maybe make their own selves relevant, and that's aggravating as hell.
Fuck you, man. God damn, this pisses me off. I apologize. I have been dedicated my life to helping our people free themselves of these toxic anti-white ideas. You could call them leftist, progressive, whatever it is, anti-white ideas, so that they would be able to reach their full potential. I did that when I was 12. I'm a lot older than that now. I've been at this for decades. I've created a formula that empirically works to do this for our people. And I have been surrounded by Team White Wellbeing since 2017 now. And that's why you see all of our lexical dialectical powers showing up across planet Earth with no money. And I have people showing up in my threads telling me that I've done nothing and that this guy is some kind of superhero. And this is how he feels. He said, you're trying to ride on my coattails. You haven't done shit. If there was this one song and you've just disavowed it.
The other thing that I find aggravating is, well, you know, like it was funny seeing my song it was funny seeing it at the presidential debate, because it's like I wrote that song about those people.
Now I'm going to pause it right here. This is an unfair viewing because I watched it once before, but this is relevant. Listen closely to what he says here. It's not nitpicking. He wrote the song about the people on the stage. So that's funny that they played it.
You know, so for them to have to sit there and listen to that cracks me up. But it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like, that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, you know? It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden.
Song has nothing to do with being critical of Joe Biden. I don't think anybody really thought that. I think leftist anti-white views, policies, because the song is talking about the policies. Why would we think that it was representative of us? Why did anti-whites think that it was also representative of us and therefore condemn him? Are the anti-whites complaining about it's a damn shame what the world has gotten to? Is that what the leftists are saying? Look, I'm asking you over there. Is that what the leftist anti-whites are saying? They're like, oh, it's a damn shame what the world is coming to. They're never saying that. That's what you hear from all your white friends and the non-white people who side with us. That's what you hear from them. It's a damn shame. We don't have any power. Our whole lives are nothing but losses to the leftists, progressives, social justice warriors, wokies, the anti-whites. We have no institutional power. So that's why we say it's a damn shame what the world has gotten to. That these people, these rich men north of Richmond in D.C., politics, remember? This doesn't have anything to do with politics. Oliver says, yes, it does, and you know it does. That's why we knew the song was for us. That's why anti-whites knew the song was for us. I wish it has nothing to do with politics, he says, Oliver says. Verse 2. I wish politicians has nothing to do with politics. And these damn conservatives are just making it about politics for no good reason. I wish politicians would look out for miners, as in people who work in coal mines. How many non-white coal miners do you see in America? Not many. Not many. I know there are non-white coal miners, but the vast sweeping majority of coal miners are white guys. And traditionally throughout the country's history, white guys. It's been, and white children. My grandfather, as a child, worked in a coal mine. White people. I wish the politicians would look out for the miners. And not just on some island somewhere looking out for minors there, the children. And who's complaining about Epstein? Is it the anti-whites? No. It's the conservatives. Those are the people who complain about Epstein and Pedophile Island and the rest. That's one of their tropes. That's how the anti-whites knew it was about us. That's how we knew it was about us. We got folks in the street ain't got nothing to eat. Who complains about that? White people. Where does that trope come from? All of it doesn't fit into this verse because we will add that they're veterans. We will say we got all these veterans in the street. We got like people who were commendable parts of the community, now homeless and in the streets. They don't have anything. We complain about that because we see that anti-whiteism gives preferential treatment, special privileges to non-white people and people of all races and privileged groups that they call victim groups. We are the ones, conservatives are the ones. Once again, a conservative trope argument, not an anti-white argument. And then he says, and the obese milking welfare. How many anti-whites, Oliver, are complaining about the obese milking welfare? The fucking leftist anti-whites love people living on welfare because it drains the white race. It drains Western civilization. It harms it. They love that. Only conservatives complain about people living on welfare. This guy is such a liar, such a coward. I don't blame him. I feel sorry for him, but he's not listening to anybody. I've written him. You all have reached out to him. Other conservatives of various stripes have reached out to him. And instead, he throws us all under the bus. If you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Anti-white argument, leftist argument? No. Conservative argument. Again, we got men, young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground. Any race, what sex out there of what race is putting themselves in the ground at record numbers that absolutely everyone can see, can't be denied? White males. He just didn't throw white in there. Boy, he's real lucky. That would have been a hard one to talk away, wouldn't it? Clearly, that's who he's talking about. Because you then connect the next, not only do you have the fact that it's white males who are killing themselves, you connect the next line, and this damn, as in because, the reason all this damn country does is keep kicking them down. Now, I mean, talk about the death blow. What group of guys are being kicked down by this country? Black males? No, not black males. Jewish males? No, not them. Asian males? Nah, no. I see institutional and social discrimination, persecution, ridicule, mocking, etc. for one group of males. Everyone sees this. Everyone knows it. White males. Folks, every single line of this that Oliver wrote, he wrote from the position of a white man. red-haired, fair-skinned, and blue-eyed. It was for white people like him, as he says in the beginning of the song. And then this is how he treats you.
That song's written about the people on that stage, and a lot more too, not just them, but definitely them.
Now, nobody said there, because people who love this guy, no matter what, they're going to say he said a lot more, not just them. A lot more, though, of who? He said it wasn't about Biden. He said it's about the people on the stage, but not just them. A lot more. A lot more Republicans. A lot more conservatives. Those are the people that were on the stage. And there's a particular contrast that comes up in a moment as well that demonstrates that.
It's cool seeing some of my other music come out, because people are, I guess, starting to appreciate and understand what it is I'm really trying to say. It's hard to get a message out about your political ideology or your belief about the world in 3 minutes and some change. But I do hate to see that song being weaponized. Like I see the right.
So you're weaponizing his song,
trying to characterize me as one of their own, and I see the left trying to discredit me.
All right. The right is trying to identify with it, and the left is discrediting him. I mean, he's made this very clear, and there's more.
I guess in retaliation, that shit's got to stop. If you watch the response videos on YouTube to the song, it's not conservative people responding to the song. It's not even necessarily Americans.
Yes, it is. Big time.
Responding to the song. I don't know that I've seen anything get such positive response from such a diverse group of people. And I think that terrifies the people that I sing about in that song.
Okay, here's where he's getting delusional. He's talking about all of the interest in the song and the excitement in the song. And he is taking away from he is taking away your motivation to be interested in the song. You identifying as a conservative, white or non-white, because these are our complaints that he lists throughout the song. These are our tropes. These are the things we care about. He's saying that's not why you're interested. Then if that's taken away, then what is it? What is the interest that's left? The only interest left, as you'll see, is Oliver himself. You're coming together around Oliver.
And they've done everything they can the last 2 weeks to make me look like a fool, to spin my words, to try to stick me in a political bucket. And they can keep trying, but I'm just going to keep on writing. And I've got a lot of words to put down on paper.
And here comes, as I said, when this first came out, I said, I fear God, please let this guy be the real deal. Let him stay with it. Please don't let him surrender, because if he does, then we're going to hear me and my brown brother, we're blue collars together, or whatever it's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of garbage like that.
I've got a lot of songs to put to chords, and I don't know what my music career is going to look like. I don't know how many shows I'm going to do and how many tours I'm going to put on, but I am going to stay true to my word. I'm going to write. I'm going to write, produce, and distribute authentic music that represents people.
And here goes the attacks from all of these conservative females of both sexes that are going to come after me for being an actual man, for pointing out the reality of this. Stop doing this, conservatives. My whole life, I hate this. Stop pretending that when they shit on you, that it's not intended for you, that you really know what he's thinking, that he really cares about us. No, he's shitting on you. Let's, as an entire mass of white and non-white, conservatives, patriots, nationalists, say enough is enough. If we are as threatening as far as our rejection and repudiation and mockery of people as the anti-whites are, then musicians like this will think twice. Instead, if you continue to say, oh, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to be okay with it, and the other side is like, we'll burn his house down for it, the musicians of the future, the Olivers of the future, will continue serving the anti-whites.
And not politics. I do feel compelled to address something. Since I have addressed the conservatives, I do need to address the left as well.
Okay, let's see how he addresses the left. He said about conservatives that he was aggravated to hell that you were identifying with this, that you were weaponizing it for political purposes, trying to ride on his coattails. I mean, these are all very derogatory things. Let's see how he addresses the left.
Because they're sending a message out that initial song that sort of shot me up the radar, Richmond, North of Richmond, is an attack against the poor. If you listen to my other music, it's obvious that.
I think I see where this is going. He's saying, you're saying that I was not in keeping with your position. I was not in tune with your position. Well, you know what? Here you go. I'm a total bitch for you.
All of my songs that reference class defend the poor. Doggone, it's a good example of that. Needles in the street, folks hardly surviving on sidewalks next to highways full of cars self-driving. The poor keep hurting and the rich keep thriving. It's like that's.
And this is how my conservative brothers and sisters out there, this is like the big, I'll own you. I am so much into your anti-white moral yardstick. I am going to be even more anti-white morally than you. I'm going to be even more so. You're complaining that this was an attack on the poor. Well, let me tell you the truth. That's the So he had something to say to conservatives. You're bitches. This song wasn't for you. It has nothing to do with you. Stop riding on my coattails. It's a joke. It's about the party that you vote for. It's not about any of that. And then when he has for the Democrats, the leftists, the anti-white, the hardcore anti-whites, because Republican politicians are anti-white as well. He says for them, oh no, you're saying that I'm at odds with your position? Oh no, I'm even more in tune with your position than you think.
That's what I like to sing about. And, you know, the English language is interpretive. And so I do understand, like, there may be some people who misunderstood my words in Richmond, North of Richmond. But I've got to be clear that my message, like with any of my songs, it references the inefficiencies of the government because of the politicians within it that are engulfed in bribes and extortion. And, you know, the words say that there's people on the street with nothing to eat and the obese milking welfare.
Now, this is interesting how he's going to try to talk out of this.
References a news article I read earlier this summer that adolescent kids in Richmond,
where they're all black, where they're 100% black. Now he's going to do some real villainy signaling. I read an article where they're suffering in Richmond. Don't they? What about all them white kids in Appalachia? You're not very far from there, buddy. What about them? Oh, no. See, you are adhering to the anti-white, the leftist yardstick of morality. So the black kids, the non-white ones, those are the ones that matter. The white ones don't matter.
Are missing meals over the summer because their parents can't afford to feed them and they're not in school to eat cafeteria lunch. Oh. And meanwhile, I think like 30 or 40% of the food bought with welfare or EBT money is in a classification of like snack food and soda. I think 10%.
Oh, whose fault is that, Oliver?
Spent on soda, and I want to say like 20 or 30% spent on junk food. And that's not the fault of those people.
Oh, no. Okay, good. Thank you for letting us know. So the poor that are the obese, using the taxes, living off welfare in the song, and they're not at fault for doing that, for using their money that they get to live on to buy junk food, snack food, and etc. That ain't their fault. I wonder whose fault it is. I think all y'all will have a hunch.
Welfare only makes up a small percentage of our budget. You know, we can fuel a proxy war in a foreign land, but we can't take care of our own. That's all the song's trying to say. It's just saying that the government takes people who are needy dependent and makes them needy independent.
But the ones that are worth mentioning are the black ones.
And at some point I will dissect all my lyrics of all my songs if that's what I needed.
In some point I'll have to dissect all the lyrics of all my songs so that you conservatives won't misunderstand that I don't stand with you, says Oliver. Stand with this leftist, anti-white moral yardstick.
They do. I mean, 30-some million people understood what I was saying, but it only takes a few to try to derail the train, you know?
It's so delusional. He has no idea. My God, what deep delusion.
Try to send out false narratives. And I'm sure there'll be more of that to come. It's like...
you know what they say, when you are gifted in some way, that the brain is robbed of other faculties because so much more of it is dedicated to the gift. I think we found the part that he's missing.
It's driving people crazy to see the unity that's come from this, from all walks.
There ain't no unity. This is the most divided the United States has ever been. Anti-whiteism wants your white ass with your red hair and blue eyes done. It wants it done. And you can appeal to them all you want. You can write your Brown Brothers songs and all that kind of shit, and that giant white audience is going to dwindle to nothing. With just the remainder of those dickless, anti-white country music cuck bitches that will stick around.
This isn't a Republican and Democrat thing. This isn't even a United States thing. Like, this has been a global response. And don't let anybody tell you.
It's a global response, but centered on what? Folks, you have to be able to read between the lines. He's saying it's centered on me, on Oliver Anthony.
Otherwise, go on YouTube and watch all the response videos, you know, and don't shoot the messenger. Like, I'm a nobody.
All the responses on YouTube, which is, it seems when I go on YouTube, and you all can share with me, that 90+% of these response videos are non-white people. So they're the ones being pushed everywhere.
It's my belief that divine intervention has put me in this position in this point in time to get him.
Divine intervention. It's his belief that divine intervention has put him in this position. Delusional.
Message across, and that's all there is to it. Like, I'm nobody special, you know.
What message is he getting across in this song that he released after Richmond, north of Richmond? He was talking about committing suicide because he has no power, and because he wants to go home to heaven, and because if it wasn't for the good Lord and his dogs, he'd be strung up in a psych ward. So the alternative is to go to heaven, to commit suicide. That's the message that the good Lord has sent you to tell folks?
I feel terrible almost that I've been put in this place, because there are a lot of artists and musicians out there that are far.
You know what I think? I think it's entirely possible that the spirit of the West put him forth with these talents to serve us, to save Western civilization as one of the many participants in service to white well-being, to save the West. And he's betraying the spirit of the West. That's what I think. He's betraying God. That's what I think.
More talented, that have put in way more hours than me. Like, I don't deserve to sit in the top 5 places on the iTunes charts. And the truth is, I really could give a shit less about the iTunes charts. What I care about is connecting with people. What I care about is, I don't know what this country is going to look like in 10 or 20 years if things don't change. I don't know what this world's.
If things don't change. So he says he's totally aware that things are getting bad. Well, what is worse? What is bad? What was it before that was better, Oliver? We all know. It was less anti-white. It was more an expression of white people. The culture was an expression of white people in the West. That's what it was. And every day that it gets worse, his complaint, it gets worse and worse. So I don't know how bad it's going to look in 10 years. The worse is white erased. It's going to be more white erased in 10 years. It'll be less the mores of Western kind in 10 years, Oliver. So you are aware of what's being deleted from our civilization, and therefore a lot less like us, therefore a lot more like other people's biospiritual projections. And predominantly the anti-white just demonic surge to invert everything that is Western.
What's it look like? And
you complain. Can you imagine complaining about society getting worse and then saying that you have no concern for the source of the good that's being deleted? Huh.
Like, something has to be done about it, you know?
And here he starts crying because he's so broke up over how bad everything is getting. Again, define bad. What is gone wrong? What is the new bad that wasn't there yesterday? It is not. We had a country that was 90+% white in the United States. There are other Western countries that were 100% white. There was no divide the people. There was no divide them for the good of the elites. Oliver, there is anti-whiteism. There isn't. When you reel back from bad and from the projection to worse, when you reel that back in time, we get more white, more Western. We don't get more multiracialism and more white and non-white people coming together against the elites. That's not what better was, dipshit. Open your eyes. Total betrayal. Yesterday's better was not some multiracial Shangri-La, dystopian Shangri-La. It was white, heteronormative Western civilization. And the non-white people who were here, and particularly in America, conformed to that. That's when you reel back and things were better. He's not saying, are you all seeing this from the meta perspective? He's not saying what we have to do is go forward to some sort of new, untested, but very much looks like what we have today, multiracial, anti-white environment. No, he's saying it gets worse by the day. That means it was better the day before. What was the day before? It was not multiracial, more and more non-white people coming in legally from around the world. It was not that, Oliver. It was less of that. Fuck's sake. You know, the curse is to be this fucking intelligent and have to deal with this. And they just can't get it. Did I show you the picture of my brain?
There's been too many people die. There's been too many people sacrifice everything they've had. People die before they're even 18, you know? Just for us to all sit here and just do the stupid shit it is that we do every day that keeps us all beat down and divided. Like, that's what I...
And what did all those white men die? Wonderful, heroic contributions from non-white people. Love them. Love them. Conform to our mores of the West. And they own it. They conform to it and they own it. And they say, I want to be a contributor. We love that. But, bro, you don't credit equally when you're talking about what created Western civilization, all these people who died for it. You give credit where credit is due in the proper amounts.
I want to see stop. And I'm going to do everything I can to influence that at all costs. Even if it does throw my world upside down, it's well worth it. But for now, I'm hanging in there and I'm doing what I can. And
I can't believe this guy lives 3 hours from me in Virginia. I can't believe it. I apologize for this anti-whiteism coming out of him. Virginia, that's why I say it's the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. That's why I say it's the once great state. We used to bring forward Patrick Henry's. We used to bring forward, God, you could go on for a long time. All the magic that came out of Virginia. And maybe I'm all that's left. Maybe there's only a handful of us left. He was probably meant to be this great voice, this great folk hero. And instead, he's going to be a coward and betray. But I got hope for Oliver Anthony, Christopher, whatever your name is. I got hope for you, man. You can go wrong, and that means you can also go right. And I want you to go right. I want you to go correct. I want you to fight anti-whiteism for the good of all people in Western civilization. I want you to own your identity as a white man. I want you to say, enough is enough. The reason why I said all that shit before was because of how vicious the anti-whites are. And I was scared. And I was new to all of this. And I will forgive you, Oliver. We all will forgive you. Do the right thing, brother. Admit that you were afraid. Admit that who you are, that you're singing for your people. And if folks don't like it, they can go to hell. And that this is for the good of everyone who lives in the West. It ain't going to do the West any good to white erase all the norms of Western civilization from our schools so that our children have a room where they can touch themselves and touch each other's private areas. That ain't going to do us any good. That's a white erasure of our mores, buddy. That's not going to do, as a consequence, all the non-white kiddies out there any good. So stand up and be who you are. You can only be original that way. It doesn't make you real and authentic just because you're poor. There are a lot of poor people out there, and there ain't no poor people who say, my identity is poverty. I mean, can you believe this white flight that we're seeing from Oliver? He is actually white flighting into his identity being poverty. Anything but white. His identity is poverty. Well, I've said my prayer. I've said my request. I implore you, Oliver. I will ask the good Lord to actually tell you what you were intended to do so that you'll get it right. And there'll be all those millions, I can guarantee you, all those millions that are coming to your shows, they'll still be there because that's why they're there. What's his final word?
And I really appreciate everybody who's along for the ride. So there's a lot more to come, and I'm excited for it. And I'll see you on the next one.
That's Oliver Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what he had for you. Do you have any thoughts on it as I pull up the next story? And I will see what you all are saying. It's a very brief video from Jeremy over there at, isn't that his name? Let me see if I can get him up on the screen. I'll see what you all are saying. I'm fired up about it. I'm fired up. You know, I mean, I'm tired of fighting and having these endless insults from conservative people who I'm doing this for. Try to imagine for a second that at 12 years old, I dedicate my life to my brothers and sisters, to free them of this infernal psychological warfare mind poison. I didn't know it was called that or identified. I didn't know all the details. But when I was 12, I decided I was going to do this for them. And ever since then, all they do is stab me in the back. You know how many people wrote on my video that the points I made were legitimate and the video I made about Oliver? You know how many? I think like zero. I think zero new people said, wow, Jason, you really made some great points here about Oliver and what's going on. No, I had the people who wrote were various attacks. Some of them were so scurrilous, I had to delete them from conservative people. From the people I am endeavoring to protect and protect them and their children and their grandchildren. And this is how they do me. For this guy. How many of them are going to show up and say, oh, I'm sorry for that? We'll see. We'll see how many show up to say that. I'm going to guess 0. Let me see what y'all are saying. Just a couple of seconds of this. Over there on D Live, looks like we're blank. A salute from Dangle. 07 back to you. Spartan has a, looks like a sticker of a cat tearing up some toilet paper. I don't know. Is that supposed to be me tearing up the toilet paper? Can somebody tell me if my Rumble is showing my stream? It should be. If you're over there on Rumble or you pop over there, let me know if it is showing my live stream or not. Oh yeah, maybe it's this. Yes, it is. Okay, you don't have to look. All right. Nobody Nobody has commented on Rumble. Odyssey, we have who do we have over here? We have is that a name? Arion, because there is an ear against the door. I bought 2 of your books. I have been sharing them with friends with great success. I have been following you for a while, but this is my first live viewing. I am a farmer, and I am focusing on building a white positive community in my county. Promethean Hales. Ladies and gentlemen, get out your raucous emojis. $25 financial gift with that $25,000 testimonial from Ariane Champion. Sir, brother, thank you so much. I bought 2 of your books, and I have been sharing them with friends with great success. A magnificent testimonial to the success of the Go Free Lexicon Dialectical Power. I have been following you for a while, but this is my first live viewing. I am a farmer, and I am focusing on building a white positive community in my county, Promethean Hales. Well, big Promethean Hales to you, sir. Please give this man some crowns. Give this man some 95s. Give him some swashbuckling flags for that glorious testimonial, a $25 financial gift as a testimonial to the success of the Go Free method, which is where you see success. You don't see success in conservatism. You don't see success elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere. All you've seen your whole life, and I know it very clearly because I've felt it too, is nothing but loss to the leftist anti-whites, progressive anti-whites, feminist anti-whites. That's all you've seen. That's all I've seen. But with this, you see victory. That's why working class people, even people that get up before dawn like farmers and work until sunset, farmers financially gift 25 of their hard-earned dollars. That's why they do it. No millionaire, the conservative movement, full of, Con Inc., full of multimillionaires, full of them, and nothing but losses, nothing but snarky responses to anti-whites and walking away saying, boy, they're crazy and they're stupid, and nothing but losses. Here you have victories. I'm going to tell you what, you have got to get used to following a man of the West. You got to get used to it. He is going to be at least average looking. He's not going to be pretty because that doesn't happen. He's going to be fit. He's going to be brilliant. He's going to be able to fight and have fought in the past physically and therefore able to fight mentally so that he can provide you with cunning ways to take down the opposition. We used to laud in the United States people like Patton. We used to laud people like Audie Murphy. We used to laud people like Stonewall Jackson. Now we see people lauding Harry Potter. Can you think of a content creator that gets tons of attention that looks like Harry Potter? Oh, you want to know a big silent subconscious part of attention given to Nicky Fuentes is his similarity to Harry Potter, the heroes in movies today. And if we keep allowing these people to dictate what our heroes will look like, oh, they'll be transgender. That'll be what everybody will be looking for. The transgender who will stand up for Western civilization of 2030. They don't look like that. They look like me, with scars, with muscles, with intelligence. That's what the real leaders look like. That's why men and women of the West who work normal jobs are able to financially gift like this. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. I thought I would finally share that. I've known that for a long time about Nicky and his followers. I've known it for a long time. And to prove my point. Every time any of his fans draw him, they make him look even more like Harry Potter. Okay, no more financial gifts on Odyssey, but maybe a question. I'll come back to it. All right, I see some life over here on Rumble. Firearms of Peace. And Ivan the Honorable is over there. Strange Animal is there as well. All these alternative platforms who do the same amount of promulgating me as YouTube and Twitter. Zero. All right, let me swivel around here and we'll take a look at Cash App. Entropy is up and running, but it wasn't showing me the video. If you all have anything to I'm seeing Entropy is up and running. No video, no chats, no financial gifts there. If you have financially gifted there, please tell me on another platform, and I will look on the dashboard on Entropy. But right now, no video, no chats, no financial gifts. All right, over here on Cash App, we're going to get right to Jeremy. And Jeremy, I want to like this guy. For years now, I have wanted to like Jeremy. He's a likable guy. Look at him in here. You know, actually, Jeremy and Oliver look like they could be brothers, don't they? Oddly enough, they kind of both cuck out when it comes to anti-white pressure. A similarity there. Maybe fat and soft is part of that. Like when it comes to me, and here I'm talking about being physically fit and able to fight, able to physically defend myself, able to use tools of self-defense, not just the ones that go pew pew, but other tools of self-defense I can wield. And when people are like, well, you know, they might come after you, I'm like, bring it on, motherfucker, bring it on. And it's not just like baseless hubris. It's not just talking bullshit. It's because I can physically defend myself. I can wreck somebody who comes to harm me. That doesn't mean I'm always going to win, but it means that if I have the power to wreck somebody who's coming after me, then I'm going to be brave enough to speak. I'm going to be brave enough to say into the face of anti-whites and anti-whiteism what needs to be said. No mealy-mouthed, no folding over. Maybe when you are lumpy and roly-poly soft, maybe when you're that way, it makes you a little less brave. Now, there are people who are in that state who are awesome. I've worked with people in the white sympathetic sphere who were corpulent, but they were brave and they were out there making it happen. And they were that way in large part because of what anti-whiteism had done to them. Wrecked their families, wrecked their view of themselves, and so they white flighted into harming themselves with calories. Why bother being what I'm destined to be? Because whites are jokes. White males are jokes. I might as well white flight into calories and ruin my life. And some of those folks got on the path to better health and better shape and strength, and I saw them get strong. But maybe, just maybe, if when you are soft like this, and both of them you can tell, I mean, both of these guys are beanbags. And I say that with love. I say that with love. They don't want to be beanbags. You know, if they could have their druthers, they would be built like me. They would be hung and intelligent like me. But they are beanbags. And so what happens when it shows up? They're like totally capitulate. So, and you're going to hear just a couple seconds of Jeremy doing the same thing. And I wanted to point it out to you where you don't want to go wrong. That's why you come here, to hear the truth, to hear the view that's going to empower you. And we're going to get to it right after the great Yiz the Unifier is here. She is out there bold, courageous, on the hilltop with a flag of Trump in hand, with the rocket's red glare. She's financially gifting $5, and she says, for weekly folk tithe. God bless you, sister. We have next, after the great years, we have Seamus, who is here, true champion and awesome kind of guy, $10 financial gift. And he says, thank you, Jason, for all that you do. God bless you. I really appreciate that gratitude, especially after the week of the conservative people who I am trying to help, busily stabbing me in the back. I'm out in front of them with a shield and a spear, and they're like stabbing me in the back. No, we don't want you. This isn't about race, as they're getting bludgeoned by people saying, we're killing you because you're white. Celebrate quadruple 07s. Get out the raucous emojis. Let's bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. Explode with crowns and gems. Crowns and gems in 95s for No White Guilt clips. I just reposted him on my Twitter again. 50 white well-being dollars. This guy is less than half your age. I can guarantee it. And he is out there. He is going to the moon and the stars beyond. Globe-trotting, no white guilt clips, working man, saving Western civilization. This is what heroism looks like. Today, he's financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you. And keep those same celebratory emojis and salutes, quadruple salutes, and crown dropping from the clouds, silver clouds of victory. Crowns fall in rain. We make it rain all right here. Crowns for the champions. We have Dr. I, 50 white well-being dollars. He says, for white positivity and Western civilization. That's how we make it happen. Big salutes. Everybody celebrating is better than everybody not. Just know that. You can change your fortune here. You can change the way you're seen. You can put medals on your chest by merely celebrating the folks that we say to celebrate. Happy emojis, rockets going off, 95s, 07s, 007s, 007s, quadruple 07s, gems for their feet. You can be better than you are, and that's how you can get started. Lift up that baby weight, and you'll be a better man and woman. Let me continue. Let's hear what Jeremy, do I have his name right, first of all? And what's his channel called? The Quartering. Let's hear what he has to say about Oliver and the exact same video that we just reviewed, but not the whole thing, just a couple of seconds.
Pay less taxes for the most part. I'm a few issue type voter. I don't want, I won't vote for any war hawks. If there's an R in front of their name and they're a war hawk, I'll vote independent.
All right, why not if they are a D in front of their name and they're a war hawk? I mean, the Democrats want to be in Ukraine. The Republicans want to be in Ukraine. So who are you talking to with your 2 million sub count? Or no, 1.5 million over?
I'll vote independent if it's somebody who's fiscally conservative.
I don't want any more war either. No more wars. No more white men killing white men. Done with that.
I don't put an R in front of my name.
And if anybody out there says, well, why does it matter if it's white men, just men killing men? Oh, you were probably one of the people that said no more black on black crime. So here's what I have for you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This is what I have for you. Why would you say white men killing white men, but no more black on black crime? Do you remember all the white females that were like, yeah, no more black on black crime? Just black on your white ass crime. That's okay, you dumb bitch.
And identify that way, just like I don't think it's smart for anyone to do it with the D and identify conservative. I don't put an R in front of my name and identify that way, just like I don't think it's smart for anyone to do it with the D or an R or even an I, right? Or a Green Party or whatever. You should vote for who you think is best, not who.
No, you vote for who I tell you to vote for. That's what you should do. I'm bringing back Jason Goes Political soon enough, and we will talk about strategic voting and what you can actually accomplish with that voting. We will open up that box again. We will open up that treasure so you can stop having your vote not count. You can stop having it not matter, especially if you're in a state that is, say you're going to vote Republican and the Dems are going to walk away with it, so it's just a wasted vote. Don't do that anymore. Come to Jason Goes Political. It'll be on Tuesdays, again, I think, and you'll learn how to make that vote count, how to make it actually worthwhile. There is a way. I won't tell you my IQ. You can just see the outcomes that we achieve in success.
You know, what letters in front of their name. But in this particular video, again, like, so he's probably going to get backlash after this video.
And he should, because he disavowed with conservatives, nationalists, Republican voters, patriots, and aligned with leftists who are anti-whites.
Is he an industry plant? I don't know.
No, he is not an industry plant, Jeremy. I want to like you, Jeremy. You have like a likable personality, man. Come on.
But he never said that never said he was talking about Joe Biden. He never said he was talking about Democrats. He was talking about politicians.
Okay, in this video, he says it has nothing to do with politics. So, Jeremy, you're wrong. And in the song, I already went through how he's clearly using the tropes of conservative, nationalist, patriotic America. Both conservatives and leftists, anti-whites, identified that that was the case to the tune of millions and millions of people.
Now, he did not go out of his way there to specifically say, and Democrats. He said it's
correct. Jeremy caught that good.
A lot more than that. But again, this dude's...
Yeah, he said it's the people on the stage and not just them. Without saying Democrats, that means the rest of the Republicans.
I mean, in good faith, just trying to make music.
No. If you're just trying to make music, don't say anything about political positions at all. He's speaking to conservative tropes, arguments, grievances with the government. Don't tell me this bullshit. He's just trying to make music. If he's just trying to make music, there are an infinite number of topics he can talk about.
He's not trying to buddy up to the conservative party who have co-opted his song.
No. Conservative party, there is no conservative party, and they did not co-opt his song. Again, hundreds of millions on both sides concluded that he was talking about the conservative grievances.
So if people are going to...
He's coming around after the fact and saying, this is the thing I want to get at, is this is such a talk about stab in the back. This is such an insult. It's kind of like, you know, when you're walking down the street or you're in the grocery store and somebody waves and they're like, hey, and you're like, oh, hi. And they're not talking to you. And you're like, oh shit. It kind of like hurts. This is like that on steroids. This is like Oliver saying, hey, this is for you. This is our grievances. And you're like, oh man, I love this. And then he's like, you, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the one behind you. Didn't you see the syphilitic, transgender, race indistinct person behind you? That's who I was talking to. It's like that on steroids.
Be mad about that. I disagree. And I got to be honest with you. If you like music, then most of them are liberal. I'll say it doesn't mean there's some wild hippy dippy. Actually, hippies are fine, but like some crazy far leftist. It just means that most musicians are liberal. There are very few true conservative musicians.
Why is that? Because art is inspired by passion. And if you are anti-white, you are passionate about the anti-white narrative and anti-white objectives. If you are a victim of anti-whiteism and you push back at all, there isn't, until you use the go free method, an alternative morality that has not yet been conquered by anti-whiteism. And the moral imperative, the white positive moral imperative that we teach you with the go free method, it's the psychological resistance to the psychological warfare that's being waged against us, undermines the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism. It gives you passion. This is what I've argued. Alex Kurtagik, I don't know if you all remember that guy from back in the... He was the one who came over here and from the UK in a very big way was arguing what was a sort of a simmering idea of build your own culture and all of this had been around for a long time. And he came in and he was really fervent about that. And I had some long conversations with him about there needs to be the moral passion to create the art, or it just ends up plastic. It ends up hollow. And he thought about it and he was like, my God, you're right. That's why all of the art that people will throw together on the opposition, that which is victimized by anti-whites, is so contrived. It just lacks spirit until Richmond, north of Richmond, that happened outside of our sphere, as a consequence of the pressure being pushed down, turning the carbon to diamonds, the pressure of the victimization. But when the passion breaks loose, and the passion breaks loose in our artists that are going free because they've adopted the moral imperative of white well-being, the white positive moral imperative, and they can feel the passion, it can feed the art that they create. Jeremy, that's why you don't get many conservative artists. Even now, when you have a way for art to be promulgated without the big labels and et cetera, and the big museums and et cetera, you don't get it because you have these passionless, contrived pieces of plastic, kitschy art. And it's always reaching out to other periods in time to find a voice to try to imitate, to find a look to try to imitate. You see, folks, I can talk about something superficial one moment and then something meta and profound the next. I hope you can follow. But what happened with Oliver and what everybody felt was that pressure of that victimization finally ignited in that carbon a diamond in that single song. That's what everybody felt. And that's why you don't see it often on the conservative side. If you get people adopting the white positive moral imperative that we share here, which is to put an end to the victimization of white people for the good of everyone who lives in Western civilization, you will see art for the time that won't have to use a form from another period, that won't have to use a sound from another period, that won't have to use a look from another period, that will speak to our pain right now on every level, and everybody will get it. This is what I've been saying for decades. I know I look much younger than that. And trust me, I perform much younger than that. But this is what I've been saying forever. That's how it happens, Jeremy.
And that's okay. And if you like Oliver Anthony's music, that's okay. If you feel offended that he had to make this video to say, hey, bro, I don't like conservatives either, this ain't a conservative song. It's
point out right there that Jeremy, with 1.5+ million subscribers, has concluded that in this video, Oliver says that he does not like conservatives. So for the conservative people who want to come up and stab me in the back again, stab somebody who has dedicated their life to protecting you in the back again and say, oh, he wasn't disavowing conservatives. Well, you just had this guy say it as well. So you have to go stab him in the back.
It's not his fault. They claimed it. You know, if you like the song, you should still like the song.
It's not his fault that he had to disavow you. You wrongfully claimed it.
I guess that's my take on it. I hope you enjoyed this video.
All right, that's that. No, Jeremy, have me on. I'll give you some workout tips. I'll tell you what's really going on in the world, how we can actually produce art that's for our time, that speaks to our spirit. People come to me, they wonder, why can't there be, like, we had this art group, and I liked the people, and I kept trying to tell them, absolute prohibition on this fake creation of art. Get rid of it, because it is stifling the genuine expression of our biospirit right now in our victimization. Get rid of all that other garbage. And they said, okay, a little bit here, a little bit there. And then they finally said, nope, we're going to go full antag dipshit. And I said, well, best of luck to you. Now they've all been doxxed, and life is not as good as it could have been had they listened to Jason. But none of them sent me a message to apologize. By the way, I'll just point that out. That's why I finally can say, I've given them enough time to write back and say, holy, you were right. We should have stayed with you, Jason. We should have stayed with Fourneau. We should have stayed with the artists that stayed white positive. Yeah, when you suck on the field, I'm going to call you out for it. You either have to come up and you have to say, I'm owning this. I'm wretched. I got to train harder. I got to do the right thing. I've got to, etc. And if you don't say it, then I'll say it for everybody. Eventually, I'll even say your name, not your real name. All right. I'm going to get to what folks are saying in the live feed on Twitter, and we're going to bring up our next. I know everybody's interested in this. We're going to roll. Let's see what the time is. 7:15. We're going to roll. I want to roll. We're going to really just jump through this Unwoke video because the rest of it, because it's actually about the conservative idea of starting your own business. And to a lesser extent, you see this in the explicit white sympathetic sphere. We got to build our own businesses and then only do business with each other. That's true. But I want to point out to you, or that's what we need to be doing. But I want to point out to you the fatal flaw that has been undermining conservative resistance by way of starting your own business, and does the exact same to the white sympathetic sphere explicits the exact same way when you lack that moral imperative of white positivity. The same thing happens every single time. So that'll be an easier, quicker viewing. We'll get to these videos. We'll knock them out. Unwoke, ladies and gentlemen. If you made a comment to me on YouTube and it scrolled away, I didn't see it, write it again, tag me. Don't spam the chat, but bring it back every now and again. You can write it over on Entropy as well on the chat there. It won't disappear because there aren't enough people. It looks like the great Franklin is here telling just so me, dude, to tag me as no white guilt, I guess, or for me to look at his comment. His comment has rolled away. I can't see it. Paul is here. Helios Abbott is here. First Last is here. Zad21 is celebrating. Cool Papa J Magic, Iron Fist, Samuski, Nat Quinn, Victorian Time, Joe Raveler, Great Slots is here. Move along here. Matt Murray, E. Essington, just for fun. Red Dog, Biospirit of the West. Pedro. Hello, Pedro. Who else do we have here? Jay Bishop says, I almost forgot to tell you, a customer at my job has a huge following on TikTok, and I shared the concept of Go Free with him. He wants to talk more. That is fantastic. Educate yourself so that you can educate this guy so that he can spread it on TikTok. Because I've been on TikTok and they have, how many times have they blacklisted me and censored me off that platform? 3? Maybe 3 times or so. Never saying anything to break any of their rules. They just see me and they're like, he's gone. So yes, we got to spread the concepts. I figured it out. We're going to do it. The concepts are that you don't need a personality that will rule the world. We don't have any. We are all leaders here. There isn't one ruler to rule them all. We're all leaders who are advocates for white well-being. The lexical dialectical power is something the anti-whites cannot stop. That we can promulgate. Well done, swashbuckling. We have Paul and Al Heindel. Victorian Time Traveler says a true hero is skinny and sleeps in a cupboard. Yes. Sorry, but I have to disagree with you. Yes, I know. That is not where the heroes come from. Iron Fist. Jeff is here. The great Fournol is with us. Linda, hello. Yiz is there. Promethean Kitchen. I've been going to the gym a lot recently myself to get more in shape And I have also been studying some Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Well done. Now, remember, though, folks, don't think you have to become like some sort of competitive fighter or anything like. Don't do this. Don't do this. Learn basic self-defense. Get yourself into a basic routine for physical fitness, and that you can slowly, as you get used to it, you slowly build up over time. It's a mindset. Learn how to use pew pew, and where you are able to do that, familiarize yourself with that. The ultimate tool of self-defense, because it's the great equalizer of all things. And then if you're interested, maybe some other things as well. But these are parts of your sort of the toto of the identity of a man of the West. All right, it's part of it. Don't make it consume everything else. That's awesome. Thank you for mentioning that Promethean kitchen. Who else is here? Speak up, or forever hold your peace. I want to hear what you have to say. East Essington. Strolling through. JH is there. Lady Anglo. Hello. Elaine Sabatino is here. P.A.S. Udoni May. Owning anti-white goblins is here. He says, I meant no offense when I said I fell asleep during the stream. Oh, no, I know that the only way you could fall asleep during a Go Free stream is when you have pushed yourself beyond your limits. And sleep, you have deprived yourself at great length. I was basically saying I didn't know how there was a stream. I didn't know there was a stream, but sounded like I was saying the stream. I thank you, brother. I didn't even see it, and you are already forgiven. Scott is here. Great to see you. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those cats were fast as lightning. Cindy Ben is here. Great to see you. Love your comments over there on that shitty little platform that you were like the sole champion over there, rocking it. Well done. Thank you. Athenite is here. And who else do we have? JC Denton. I'm not skipping anybody. The screen sometimes jumps on me and things are blurry. They're a bit blurry. Red Dog is here. Walker Humphrey is here. Wonderful to see the heroes. We are in celebration because we are changing the world. Sinkoi is here, and we've been changing it. And we will continue to change it. E. Essington celebrating clip says, you're a very industrious kid. He is. Remarkable. Thank you for that Slotzian move, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing. We have, who else is here? Say hello. Make yourself known. You got a question? You need some feedback? You got a statement? You disagree? Be respectful. Southern Bloom. Hello, dear champion. Still scrolling through. It looks like I'm tagged at some point here. Jay Bishop saying she'd love to have a husband like No White Guilt Clips. Every woman would. My dear lady, every woman would. Time Traveler, what is he saying here? There's a member of this community who's doing great work, even though he eats too much junk food. His name is No White Guilt Clips. He will give up junk food if that's the case. The day will come when he will give up junk food and find a better, even more powerful No White Guilt Clips within. Imagine that. The day Clips comes out of his chrysalis and he's come onto the world. He's not desultory like Oliver Anthony, or not desultory, delusory. He's not delusory or desultory, but delusory is what I wanted to say. Like Oliver Anthony. No, he will come out of his chrysalis with wings of fire. Scott says there's a good chance that this Jeremy has heard about No White Guilt by now. I know he has, Scott. Thank you so much for saying that. Yes, These people, they need to stop being, all of them, they need to make friends. They need to make friends with me. They need to make friends. Their audiences, you see, there's an endeavor out there to control content creators by way of vocal members of the audience. And these vocal members of the audience are anti-white operators who are pretending to be conservatives or patriots. And they show up and they say, oh, don't have him on for various reasons. Don't have him on. And it'll be whatever reason that will motivate the content creator. I've already heard about these things. I know specifically in some cases about the things that are being told to content creators about yours truly. And it's always the things that motivate them. Isn't that interesting? Don't have no white guilt on because in this case, it'll be these reasons. On that case, it'll be those reasons. That's why you have to do like our friend we celebrated at the beginning of the gathering today on Twitter, that is to reach out to people and say, hey, follow this guy, have this guy on, and then these folks end up doing it. 150,000 subs, that's well done. Those are brave folks who end up following yours truly. They are change agents in this petri dish of hell that we are trapped in. Cool Papa J Magic, the great Clips is here. Oh, he is. Great to see you, brother. Big salutes to you, hero. I am not kidding. We are going to have an absolute hall of heroes, just like we did in Rome. It's going to be the gods. And that's where our statues are going to be. That's where the names are going to be inscribed for all time. Klomp is here. Great to see you. All right, let's get back to some news, and I will go back and forth with what you all are saying here, so keep it coming. And we'll keep talking, and we'll keep having fun here. Archangel is here. Great to see you. Champ, there's the great Brent Danger. Dean Danger has shown up. Let's take a quick look at this. Very, very quick. It's going to be very fast. I think it's at 2 times. I'll tell you what's being said.
See that guy standing while everyone else is kneeling? That's Jonathan Isaac.
You can talk to the non-white conservatives because that makes white conservatives feel, so cuddly inside. Oh, well, I'm legitimized because a non-white person agrees with me.
He plays for the Orlando Magic in the NBA. He also happened to be one of the few NBA players who publicly expressed discomfort with supporting the Black Lives Matter movement.
And good for him. But you see what the problem here is? He's saying he's expressing his disapproval for Black Lives. No. You have to be for. You have to be for white well-being. You have to be for an end to the victimization of Western kind. And therefore, everyone who shares those mores and loves those countries. You have to, if you're going to be opposed to something, it's not Black Lives Matter, it's anti-whiteism.
This all came to a head when the players on his team decided to collectively kneel during the national anthem.
Oh, something happened to make everybody kneel during. What is this kneeling? It is an insult to the West. It is an insult to Western civilization. The way things used to be, the people who created those things, Westmen, white men and women like you and me. That was what this was all about. And that's how we should have talked about it. It was anti-white. They can call it anything they want. You never give them the names of their choosing.
So he did what he felt was right. He stood.
No, the thing that would have been right would have been to, if they're going to take a step to insult, to stand there and wave a Stars and Stripes while that's happening.
Now, Jonathan is launching his own apparel company called Unites in hopes of bringing people together over love of God and country.
Okay, where have you heard that? He's going to launch Unitas to bring people together over a love of God and country. Oliver Anthony? These endeavors to build businesses, maybe I'll give you the Cliff Notes version, to build businesses, to bring people together in their production and consumption, their selfish production and consumption, to make the selfish individualists that are at the earning end of this scenario, make them rich by bringing people together for love of country. is a selfish, individualistic pursuit, not based in a unifying ideology, white positivity, the Go Free method, not based in a unifying practice ideology, and therefore proved to be a failure, currently a failure, and will always fail. How much more empirical evidence do you need? Conservatives have been starting businesses. People when I first entered at 17, 18 years of age into working with groups, different white sympathetic groups, and joining them when and where I could and helping them when and where I could, there were people who had businesses. There were people who were making soap for people who wanted to buy soap all the way back then. There were people who made gift cards. There were people who did all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Why didn't it work? Why didn't we suddenly have this alternative market that would engender resistance against our victimization? Because our victimization is a product of an ideology, while the resistance to the victimization is selfish individualism. And the prescription here, build a business, make yourself rich, bring consumers and producers together, and then God of the gaps, we reclaim our destiny. Deus ex machina, we reclaim our destiny. We somehow end our victimization. It just will happen somehow, except it never does. Why? Well, earlier in this video, we saw her interviewing Ramaswamy, and Ramaswamy said, well, he started this business and makes him a billionaire and all of this sort of business. And now the business is anti-white. But it wasn't anti-white when he started it. And I wonder if this business gets big and starts making this guy a bunch of money. He's already making a shit ton of money as a black guy in America. It's going pretty good for him. It's going pretty good to be able to play basketball and have all the Ferraris and the best that his money can buy. Good for him, by the way. I don't take anything away from those people. Good for them to get it where you can get it. But he can make more money. Maybe his company goes big. Who staffs the company? Who staffs the company? What, are you going to fire everybody who doesn't agree on your selfish individualism? There will be people that will show up and will say, we'll make more money if we do X. And there will be more money when they do X. That's anti-white. People will come to work that are anti-white to various degrees. And it won't matter. I remember there was this big push years ago about there has to be explicitly against leftist ideology. No, I'm afraid that won't work either. What is, again, who are the people you will staff the company with? Well, just take a look at the people who are expressly against leftist ideology, various degrees of anti-white light. It will reassert itself because an ideology of unified people come together on the basis of an ideology, pushing toward the objectives of those ideology, will always defeat complaints of selfish, individualistic aggregates of victims. Always. They always have, they always do, and they always will.
Unitas is a sports retail company, and the basis of it for me is freedom. You have companies that are in that field who have made a conscious decision to either attack or undermine Christian values, conservative values and things like that. And I think that they have the free choice to do so, as much as I disagree. But I feel that we also have a freedom to create what we want to create.
Why don't we thank white people for creating a game so simple, but at the same time as putting an orange ball in a hoop, but at the same time can make you hundreds of millions of dollars. Show me what you moving like. Feeling right, keep it moving side to side. In the conservative world, everything that's good is rap and black.
The hope is to be able to sign athletes across all different sports and to create a real infrastructure of people who are in the sports world, moms and dads who want to buy their kids sneakers and clothes, but want to give their money to a company
that's actually kind of like the rest of the anti-white world.
They know is going to work towards bolstering their values.
Ready to go, up in the way, moving the time.
Oh my God, I just had a vision of Oliver Anthony with a song with a black rapper. Oh, it's coming. Oh, I can see it now. I can see it now.
We can be proud of what we believe in. We don't have to hide or be ashamed of it. As the day continues to get, darker and darker and crazier, you standing up for what you believe in is only going to get harder, but it's only going to become more and more necessary.
I like this guy. He's going in the right direction. Now he needs to call it anti-whiteism and say enough is enough.
Roll to die. Oh, you want to try? Left to right. Hey, it's time to slide. Hey, one time. Hey, two times. Hey, oh my. Keep it moving side to side.
But it didn't end in sports. We all know the story. It felt like the flip of a switch. Like every company in America was suddenly spouting the woke orthodoxy, and anyone who disagreed with them was ousted, condemned, and silenced.
Okay. Had that just started? No. This is very important to understand. I'm going to get off this and we're going to keep rolling. It's very important to understand. Most people think that things got worse when they first notice it. They say, oh, things got worse, and they give a year. When did you get socio-politically active? That year. So it's erroneous. The same holds true when you tell a story. They can pick any date they want. People didn't start getting fired from their jobs then. People didn't start having their businesses undermined for not being anti-white then. That's been going on for generations. For generations. There's always a steady increase, and you can pick any of these along that graph. You can pick any spot and say, well, that's when it was totally abominable. But it's been abominable. It's been abominable. When people do this, it's either intentionally or unintentionally. Most of the time, it's intentional to mislead you, to say they have a handle on an understanding. It's one of the things that some content creators in the white sympathetic sphere will do, both explicit and implicit will do. They'll say, we got a handle on it. We got a handle on what's going on. Let me tell you all about it. This is where it went. This is where it started. This is where it came from. The purpose is to ensnare you with the idea that since that content creator has an idea on all of it, has it all figured out, that they also have an idea about where to go to get away from it. And in every case, they're wrong. In every case, they're wrong. In every case, you can find the day before the date they give, the exact same thing taking place, the year before, the decade before.
A perfect example, Amanda Ensing.
They go to another non-white person. This is all of conservatism. And I'm going to tell you what, white people are being, and they have been for decades, white erased from conservatism. Everywhere you look, it's more and more and more non-white people. They might be wonderful people. This gal and that basketball player might be great people. But how many non-white people, what's the percentage, are actually non-white? Why then, my conservative brothers and sisters out there, are they putting non-white after non-white in your face? The reason why is because of anti-whiteism, because they, like you, have concluded as a consequence of the things that you and they have learned, that since you're white, you don't matter. Your opinions don't matter. Your concerns don't matter. Your victimization doesn't matter. Hell, Oliver doesn't care about those things, even though you thought he did. And he did when he wrote that song. Since they don't matter, then whose opinions do matter? Well, non-white people, their opinions matter in anti-whiteism. The victimized, so if you're white and you claim to be part of a victim group, well, then your opinion can matter then as well. And since their opinions matter, you then put these people on your shoulders to say, just look at them. They're relevant. Their lives matter. Their hurts matter. And so since I agree with them or they agree with me, I'm going to make sure to put them in your face. That should alert you to the fact that there is a pernicious, insidious evil in the West that is deteriorating you from the inside. It is a infestation of maggots in your soul and in your body that is eating you alive, that actually make you conclude that you don't matter. Now, you might say to yourself, I'm an adult, I don't care. Consciously, I can say for the moment, who cares? You don't understand the widespread harm that it's doing to you physically, mentally, spiritually. But I ask you this, not to be a coward, not to look away when you realize that that's being done to white kids too. Time to man up and woman up, bitches.
People love to complain about the culture and the environment, but they don't do anything. We need to be creating our own verticals in our own industries where we're competing.
This is Amanda Ensing. She's an entrepreneur, a beauty influencer, and a general badass boss lady. She started out beauty influencing with sponsorships from Sephora and other huge makeup brands. But when armchair critics started criticizing Amanda for stating her personal political beliefs, Sephora immediately canceled her sponsorships and went so far as to publicly condemn Amanda.
Okay. So then she went out and started a company. End of story. And she's going to have luck for a while, and she'll pursue selfish, individualistic objectives. And then wherever she says, oh, this is for community, this is for Christianity or whatever, those statements will slowly disappear as the desire for profit rises and customers disappear. And then the justifications inside of her own head that, well, ultimately, if I get rich, and then the outright statements of anti-whiteism. So what happened in the world? Did she express a leftist view? Did she express a leftist view and anti-white view, and then as a consequence, get everything, be blacklisted, be contract broken with, be censored into oblivion? No. That tells you who is in power, who the victimizer is, and then who the victims are. If she objected to any aspect of anti-whiteism, she's going to suffer the consequences of anti-whites. And a great example of a counter or an objection that a regular conservative, selfish, individualistic person might be is, well, conservatives buy things too. I mean, they have no end, absolutely no end to the referencing, citing, adducing a black guy, no white people, of course, adducing another black guy. Michael Jordan said once that conservatives buy sneakers too. And so that's what should be happening. And then they say, oh, you're fired. You're fired. That's what they say to you. It doesn't matter to them. They put anti-white ideology ahead of profit every time. And it's incremental. It's incremental anti-whiteism. That's how it's fits and starts. It's leaps and bounds and then inches and meters. They jump forward, they reel back a little bit. They jump forward, they reel back. They jump forward. They reel back a little bit. That's how it works. It's been happening this way your whole anti-white life. Forget about this recourse to let's be selfish individualists and all start our own businesses. And by way of produce and consume, we will push back against anti-whiteism. No, you have not, cannot, and will not. And if you got an argument, go ahead and make it. But I doubt you do. I really want to talk today about this story about the hospital. It's another brief one to take a look at. The hospital, where I will find the link. I promise I will find that link. That's Khan. That's not the link. I will find the link. That's the lawsuit. That's the girl, the little girl. That is the lawsuit for X. The government is suing SpaceX. Why don't I just go ahead and bring that up now since it's available? Maybe we'll do the hospital after a short break. And the hospital, the bottom line is they want at these hospitals 20,000 employees, and do not make the mistake of thinking it's just in this one place. That's where it's happening. This is anti-whiteism is happening everywhere. So they're actively saying that white people, and where do they come in contact with white people? Their employees and their patients. White people need to be made to suffer, need to be made to feel uncomfortable for their whiteness. Again, I say to you, never use whiteness. And point out to everybody who does that white people produce Western civilization, Western culture. Do not allow your victimizer to decide what words and concepts you will use. Because what they've done is they've coined this word whiteness. They've written about it ad nauseum. It means white people as an actual people don't exist. It means that that white people as an artificial construct exists and it's evil. And it means persecution. You're not going to be able to take that definition of whiteness away from anti-whites and say that it means something we produce. More importantly, whiteness on every aesthetic level sounds like a sickness. It sounds like something you need a cream, a powerful cream, or pills for. That's not what we produce. Like when you get gonorrhea, whiteness comes out of you. That's not what we produce. We produce Western civilization. Jason, I just realized something. You're a smart guy. If we say that we produce Western culture and Western civilization, then that reinforces that we are the creators of it, rather than taking attention away from Western civilization and culture being a product of our doing. Wow, that's kind of brilliant, Jason. Whiteness actually seems to undermine that we create Western culture and civilization. I hadn't thought about that, Jason. Wow. Wow. Oh, I realized something else. You are a really smart guy, Jason. If we're saying that we produce Western culture and Western civilization, then it reinforces the idea that Jewish people produce Jewish culture and Jewish civilization. Black people produce Black culture, Black civilization. It's almost like it's reinforcing the idea, the concept of a biospirit. Oh my God, Jason, it all works together. I now see the power. Be like He-Man. I have the power. Go back to your cartoon days. And you'll see how it all joins together. Even when you didn't realize it, you'll come upon these little, oh my God, I see. I was walking across this lake and there was a stone. Jason said there was a stone and I didn't see a stone, but I stepped and I landed on solid ground. And he said that there was a stone and to trust him and to step out into that abyss. And all I saw was water, but I trusted him. And my foot found sure footing. We produce Western culture, Western civilization. Whiteness is something that the anti-whites want you to say to harm us. It is an anti-white slur. It is a meme pathogen. Never say whiteness. The government is suing, the anti-white government is suing SpaceX because SpaceX, Musk, is not hiring non-white immigrants, non-white non-citizens. Non-white non-citizens. If the population of people who were coming into this country and who did not have the proper paperwork were white and he was refusing to hire them, they would laud him. So make no mistake about this. The people who do not have adequate paperwork, predominantly because to be able to get a job in a rocketry field, according to the law and my lay understanding of the law, I can be wrong, you have to have lengthy paperwork and have, I believe, even a part of the Department of Defense say that you, even though you are a non-citizen, are able to work in this field because it's a threat to national security. So it's very difficult if you're not a citizen to come in and work in a field like that. So the majority of these people come, and the anti-white government would not care one iota if you
were a white person and couldn't get a job at SpaceX because they're anti-white. They don't care what happens to white people. There can be a specific attack on white people. And Republican politicians and conservative content creators will go out there and tell you that this persecution shouldn't happen to any of us. They'll do anything but say white people. And hardcore anti-whites will just ignore it altogether. They'll never go out there and defend white people. So this is all about non-white people who are non-citizens and not able to get a job at SpaceX just because the anti-whites in government want to attack Elon Musk in any way that they can. Why? Elon Musk doesn't care about white people. SpaceX doesn't care about white people. There's no evidence of that. But they do get in the way of anti-whiteism. He does get in the way of anti-whiteism somewhat. Just like Donald Trump doesn't care about white people, but he gets in the way of anti-whiteism sometime. So he has to get burnt down. So that's what this lawsuit is all about. Not hiring enough non-white, non-citizens. Even though there is a law that prohibits Elon Musk and SpaceX from doing so. Let's have a very quick look at that. From Fox News, here we go.
We did this. Elon Musk sued by the DOJ for failing to consider non-citizens of the United States or green card holders in his hiring practices at SpaceX. The DOJ said SpaceX failed to fairly consider or hire asylees or refugees because of their citizenship status and imposed what amounted to a ban on their hire, regardless of their qualification, in violation of federal law.
Wait, so if you... Who will be harmed by these people having to be hired? Someone, I want you to think of the Jeopardy music. Who will be harmed? Do you think that Elon Musk and SpaceX will be able to refuse to hire non-white proper citizens in favor of non-white non-citizens? No. Why? Well, socially, that would be immoral, wouldn't it? Socially, it would be immoral. I mean, according to the anti-white narrative, non-white people have just been held down since, I think, the Big Bang, if that ever happened. They've been held down by white people the whole time. So socially, that would be totally immoral to not hire non-white citizens in favor of non-white non-citizens. Legally, it would also be illegal. You can't refuse to hire non-white citizens in favor of non-white non-citizens. They'll sue the shit out of you and they'll win. So what group of people can Elon and SpaceX morally, by the standard of the anti-white moral imperative, anti-white morality, and legally discriminate against? You're right, white males. Those are the only people that he will be able to socially and therefore morally and legally discriminate against in favor of non-white non-citizens. So, my conservative brothers and sisters out there, do you want to tell me again about how it's all of us are just being victimized? It's just every single one. It doesn't matter. Why are you bringing race up, Jason? Why are you bringing race up? These are the same kind of people who I share the Best Buy where the anti-whites, because of their increasing power, are able to just say out loud now at this guaranteed, when I come back from the break and we're talking about this giant network of hospitals in the New England part of the United States, saying that white people need to be victimized for being white. These are the same cowardly motherfuckers that will say to me, why are you bringing race into it, Jason? It's not about race. I hope they get to you first, bitch. Actually, no, I hope they get to the people you care about first. So you have to see that, and then you.
You come to the country illegally.
Mm-hmm.
The DOJ is saying you deserve a job at SpaceX?
So let's see if Fox News conservatives can find the truth. I'm going to go ahead and guess no.
Deserve a job.
I'm just trying to put it together.
Yeah, it's not even at a restaurant illegally. No, you.
Okay, so it's funny, isn't it? Oh, look at how dumb those Democrats are. The DOJ, the Democrats in the DOJ. They're saying
that if you come to the country illegally or don't have the proper paperwork, that you deserve a job at SpaceX? That's so funny. Which of the girls of all sexes do you think deserve the first slap? And oh yeah, even the one with a vagina would get one from me.
You gotta work at SpaceX.
You deserve, the argument is you deserve the same chance that an American citizen.
So citizenship
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
Is the DOJ's position.
Did you not
Okay, so it's funny and it's just nonsensical.
get your George Soros memo?
Did you not get your George Soros memo? Did George Soros not send you a memo? He sent a memo out. I made it funny.
Oh, it's in my junk mail. Here's what Elon Musk.
Then the comeback joke there. It's in my junk mail. Yeah, here's your 6-figure salary, bitch.
Had to say, tweeting about it. He said SpaceX was told repeatedly to hire anyone who was not.
Do you remember when feminism? This was a long time ago, but they used to make the argument. These anti-whites, feminism is a subset of anti-whiteism. Make the argument that rockets do look the way they do because guys are fixated on penis. That's how fucking dumb these people are. That's how dumb they are. Because if women were in charge, the vessels that go to space would be far better, and there'd be a giant vagina just, clapping its way up into the heavens. And for miles it would stink.
A permanent resident of the United States would violate international arms trafficking law, which would be a criminal offense. This is yet another case of weaponizing the DOJ for political purpose. It seems that.
So what he's talking about,
I don't get.
Okay, so only coming into a part of the point that I made, which was that it's illegal for him to hire these people.
So
that's going to be as far as I go, I'm sure.
He is making the argument there's another law that says Elon is.
Yeah.
There's another law which says, hey, if you're a rocket or space company, you're not supposed to hire non-citizens because we don't want that technology to get out right to other people.
I can see that.
It's like, I'm abiding by that law, and you're persecuting me under this other law, which isn't a law, by the way. It's a DOJ interpretation that you have to extend equal protection to non-citizens, which is kind of nuts.
Okay. Yeah, extend. Conservatives have been complaining about this forever. I went crazy when I worked on the Hill with this. They're like, they're extending our laws to non-citizens. And it was like, then why do you keep talking about these laws? I mean, it's like playing chess against someone. And these people were so educated, so smart. And I was like, it's like playing chess. If you're playing chess and they grab a hamburger and they just like crush with the hamburger half of your pieces off of the board, why do you try to counter the move with chess pieces? I mean, hire me, Trump. Hire me. Hire me, Trump. I'm the only person that is on your level of IQ and can push back at these people. Don't get a bunch of ladies whispering in your ears about what to do, because we saw how well that worked during the last time you ran.
Since Brian Claypool, who's a criminal defense attorney, was on this earlier, and this is what he had to say.
Elon Musk needs to change his legal strategy. His legal strategy should be that the DOJ, through Biden, is trying to legislate a new law. They're trying to expand Title VII to now cover.
Jamie, my knight can take your rook here. Like that, I got a leaf blower. I'm gonna blow all your pieces off the chessboard. But I still have a pawn. The game goes on.
For somebody who has an immigration status issue. Immigration status.
Maybe I can, since I am like a normal guy level of singing. Maybe I could make like retarded songs making fun of these people. Maybe I could do that in the future.
Is not a protected class under Title VII. So this is flat out fiction by the DOJ.
I was working on the Hill during Bush Jr.'s first term. They were making this argument, lawyers. I was the only one there that wasn't a lawyer. They were making these arguments in front of me. And I was like, this is bullshit. They're not using the law as it's written and intended to be interpreted.
DOJ, to Elon Musk's defense, he's an employer.
This is like playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it's just like people decide that they're just going to go just like off the rule book and everything. And then they break out. They're like, but look at the rules. We got rules here. The orc can only move 6 spaces during and then they're like, go home. We don't want to play with you anymore.
he starts going to employ people that have never been vetted, right? In the US, before you hire somebody, you vet them. You get their social security number. You check their criminal background. He can't even do that if you have somebody coming in who's illegally in this country. What if that person then goes and commits a crime? Elon Musk is going to be on the hook.
This is the same exact argument. You can't vet them. You can't. They don't have the same. They're not. They don't have access to or recipient of the same social contract that citizens have, and etc. Same thing. It can all be true, and it all loses.
For that crime.
This is so interesting because with the open border, we've had like an 800% increase of Chinese citizens coming across our border. We've had a spy balloon. We now have a spy base.
And now for the conservatives, it's okay to criticize Chinese, but you can't criticize Mexicans, El Salvadorians anymore. All of these different. Now it's like somehow they're okay now it's just like for conservatives. It's like, I don't care if you have like when you once you're like 15, I don't care if you're having like massive, I don't care if the schools are like totally endorsing massive drunken orgies of homosexual and bestiality and self-mutilation. And I don't care but just stay away from the 12-year-olds or stay away from the 7-year-olds. It's the same thing. It's just the incessant retreating.
In Cuba, just off of our coast. It's just interesting to me, the priorities of the DOJ, the priorities of our federal government are not in protecting us at all.
Yeah, and when you look at that statement, I mean, he feels like it's also a weaponization for political purposes. Maybe his buying of Twitter, his reinstating Donald Trump, his nature of being a free thinker, even though he did all the electric car stuff for him,
right?
Not good enough. And so they're finding.
Look at these guys. What happens when you work for an anti-white organization like Fox? I mean, all of the major. Do they just drain you of anything real? I mean, both of these guys look like Ken dolls. And I bet you if we pull their pants down, they are Ken dolls.
In one narrow spot, which advances their open borders agenda, and try to come at him. I do think that citizenship does still matter per the law.
It's also
so I think he'll win out here. This is an ideological DOJ attempt.
It's a signal to other CEOs. You run afoul of this government, we'll find something on you. So don't you dare cross us. Again, this is what communism looks like.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Wake up, America.
I'm seeing this.
Oh, right to communism. This is communism. Shut up. They won. It's all anti-white. It's anti-white. It's communism, and they're about to take over. The guy's like, this is the legal argument. 20 years ago, different guy, exact same look. This is the legal argument. 20 years before that, different guy, same look. This is the law. It's not fair. 20 years before that. How much longer are we going to do this, brothers and sisters? How much longer are we going to do this? I mean, I'm like, here I am. I'm like Copperfield or whoever magician. And they're like, well, I'm just going to knock a bunch of pieces off the board with this leaf blower off the chessboard. And I'm like, okay, I just made your chessboard disappear, bitch. And now you're naked and I have the tools to defend myself. How does that sound? That's how you contest with people like the anti-whites. Then they're like, oh, and what I said all the way back at 11, 12 years of age, it's their interpretation. They'll just interpret it to mean whatever they want. And then when they get the votes, they'll just change the laws. That's what they're doing. But let's keep listening to them and having my brother conservatives and sisters come up and stab me in the back. Stab me in the back some more for this roly-poly Oliver. All right. We got this hospital story. Where are we at? We're at 8. We're doing good for time. We got this hospital story. You're not going to believe it. I'm going to look at your comments. We're going to take a short break. Did you know that this week, Twitter, now here's the thing about Twitter. I told you last week that we have already proven with Twitter that I can tweet and people who follow me and they've clicked the bell, whatever it is, sometimes get the tweet, sometimes they don't. That's called shadow banning. We had the CEO of Twitter say you can have speech but not reach, which is a lying way to say that you don't get your freedom of speech. It's a way to trick people to say that you don't get your freedom of speech. We'll allow you to say something, we won't allow people to hear it.
or it will allow fewer to hear what you have to say, and vice versa with them. So we've proven that not everybody. So that's shadow banning right there. Then, thanks to Lunder's great effort, we find out that he can promote tweets. He did. He brought a bunch of people in, but he's a working class guy in Australia. He didn't have the money. I have enough money to promote tweets on Twitter. So I go and look to be able to do the same thing with Lunder's help. God bless him. And we get over there and we discover that I don't have access to the ads. So during the ownership of Twitter by the previous anti-white bastards, they took away, as part of my shadow banning, my ability to promote tweets without me even knowing. They took away my ability to have ads, right? I have a vague memory of trying to run an ad at some point. It might have been on Twitter. I got to look through emails and see. Anyhow, it was gone. So I reached out to current ownership of Twitter, and email, then another email, then another email. Then I asked them, hey, evaluate me for ads. Can I have ads on Twitter? Because you have to be evaluated. They have to take a look. So they write me and they say, okay, yeah, you have the right to have ads. We've reviewed your Twitter. You have the right to have ads. So I go over to the ads button, professional tools, ads. I click on it. No, it's not there. I write them back. It's not there. Will you review again? Because it's not coming up. Or will you just give me access? They review my account a second time and they give me access again. And they apologize that it wasn't there. I go back, doesn't show up again. So I go back to them. I said, it's not showing up. You've reviewed me twice. I want to be able to promote tweets. You've given me access twice. It's not appearing. So I would like you to either give me access or review my account again. They reviewed my account for a third time and granted me access to ads. So I went over, and this time I discovered that not only had they not given me access to ads to be able to promote my tweets, they also took away the page. So on the mobile device, I click on it, there's nothing happens. Online, on a desktop, when I click on it, I get a URL that says locked out. So something's going on there at Twitter. So I sent another message. Locked out. Here's a screen capture of what I'm getting. You have approved me 3 times by looking at my account 3 times, saying that your account's good. It's in good standing. You can have ads. This is what I'm seeing. Here's the actual screenshot. Says locked out. I go through the process of signing out and signing back in. And this time when I go to sign in, I'm not allowed back in. This time they lock me out of Twitter for several hours until they finally let me back in. So is this from the top down in Twitter? Is this anti-whites inside working for Twitter still? I don't know. But the bottom line is I tweeted about it. And if you want to do the right thing, you will promote that tweet. You'll find it in my thread and you will retweet it, and you'll retweet it with some verbiage saying, give Jason, he's been approved 3 times, give him access to promote tweets. Give him ads. That's where we are on Twitter. Just like YouTube, just like everywhere else, the shadow banning is endless. Let me pull up the story. I'm going to see what you all have to say. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. Salute Trump. Salute him. God bless him. God bless Donald Trump. He was ambiguous on a couple of things he was asked by Tucker, but that's going to be the way it's going to be. So let me take a look here. Oh, entropy is working, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s. Quadruple 07 salutes. Get out your raucous emojis. Get them out. I want to see them like quick draw. Fireworks, crowns, and gems. 95s, Trump flags for Dude Bro Moment. Ladies and gentlemen, he comes in this time.
You know, we normally call him DB50. This time he's DB double 50. 100 white well-being dollars over here on Entropy, demonstrating also that it's working. God bless you. Dude, bro, moment. If he shows up in the live chat on any of these platforms, give him some love. Tag him, dude, bro, moment. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. You are a true hero. Celebrating with some raucous emojis and some gems strewn before his feet where he walks, ladies and gentlemen. He walks on the sand that is strewn in gems so that you can know he is royalty. And he says with those 100 white well-being dollars, talk about a testimonial again from working class people. Never forget it. Never forget it. $100 from working class people, he says, for white well-being. Why does he say that? He knows that it's to recapture our destiny, to put an end to our victimization for the good of everybody who lives in Western civilization. God bless you, brother. A true champion and gentleman of our age. Promethean Promulgation is with us. Great to see you, brother. He says, I was talking with a Russian guy, and he was missing a few words in the English vocabulary. Even he understood anti-whiteism. That's awesome, brother. Well done. Well done. Truth is a Troll is here. Hello. 77th Brigade is here as well. Great to see you both. Based White is in the house. It's like strobe lights begin and the music is thumping. Based White is here. Freedom Advocate is here. Great to see you. With what's wrong on, suddenly I'm thinking on this clip, I saw of a, let me see, what's going on. What's going on? I'm thinking of this clip I saw of a governor from Alabama 60 plus years ago. I think you know who I am referencing. Yeah, but in what way are you referencing? As far as the conservative, like do it by the books? Yeah. He stood in that doorway and he's like, now we're going to leave and we're going to have our lawyers and courts look at this. How well did that work? All of that, a total failure. If he only had me to call upon. St. Thomas is with us. God bless No White Guilt and all who enter his channel. And to you too as well, good brother. Good to see you, says Scott. The GOP debate, says Kitchen, was so bad. It was basically like, who can serve the state of Israel more, even though they're running for the president of the U.S., not Israel. Absolutely fantastic point. It was true. I saw when they all came unglued with this. I will do more for, they all did. And it's what happens every single time. Every single time in American politics. And then you got this voter base. It's like, yeah, you know, I think I like this guy because he's going to do more for Israel. That's how sick the white population has become. You could only do that because of anti-whiteism. If you address anti-whiteism, if you address the cure, if you address anti-whiteism, what would the population do to a candidate that said, I'm going to bend over backwards for a foreign country? They would say, I'm not voting for you. None of us. Except for that crazy guy or girl or whatever that hippopotamus is over there. That might vote for you, but not us. Jason just shared the remedy to that problem. Jason shared the remedy tonight on August 27, 8:13 Eastern Standard Time. He shared the remedy to the I will do more for this foreign country. It's kind of like Jason holds the keys to everything. Everybody else is like, look, there's a lock. Everybody, you got to notice there's a lock here. You got to see the lock. Helios Abbott says, I quit drinking and smoking with no white guilt. God bless you, champion. Let's get some applause for that. Let's get some applause. He says he quit drinking and smoking with no white guilt. God bless you, brother. Thank you for sharing that testimonial. Be you. Be the temple that you have to be the best you. God bless you, man. And now, folks, I'm not if you're polluting yourself with smoke or drink or whatever it is, you know if that's pulling you down from who you are, from what you can be. You know, at the same time, if you have some sort of medical condition, you need a drug for this or that to get to to get to your best you. If you're an adult, you got to do it. It's another thing when you're trying to, it takes a much higher bar to give anything to a child. Having said that, obviously, if there are cases a child has cancer or whatever, you need drugs, then do it. But you follow me. Sane people can come to the right conclusions. T Advice is here. Hello and welcome. Fit and healthy at any age. He knows, and he'll tell you. God bless you. Good to see you, brother. Are you planning on participating in the election process next year? Are you going to support Trump? I will be back on Jason Goes Political, and I will be supporting Trump in a big way. Big support for Trump, but it's very specific, and we'll talk more about it as we get a little closer. Hengel says, always carry no white guilt cards in your pocket to distribute. Slip in books, leave on bulletin boards, put on construction trucks with American flags, all while you walk. God bless this swashbuckling hero right here. Let's get out some swashbuckling flags for Al Hengel. That is an epic suggestion. Means he's doing it. That's epic swash, folks. You can have the card. You can get the cards. Make some cards of your own. Reach out into the OT. Ask people, what are the verbiage? What should it be like? What should be left behind? Obviously, you're leaving the website behind. You might leave youtube.com/no white guilt. No white guilt. At the top of it, maybe an American flag. If you're in Canada, a Canadian flag. Union Jack if you're in the UK. Russian flag if you're in Russia. Australian flag if you're in Australia. These are our manifestations of our biospirit onto the world. Follow that advice. And God bless you, brother. Scott says, go for it, Jason. I don't know what I was talking about at that time. I apologize. Slot says, we have to use the words anti-whites tell us to use. Yeah. Isn't it so insane? I've been telling people in the white sympathetic sphere explicit, but also implicit. But you would think the explicit, they would get that like right away. No, the exact opposite. Jared Taylor, numerous arguments with me about, no, you have to use the words of their choosing because those are the words seen by the population as the erudite, the words of professors, the words of the mainstream media. Okay, but they're equipped to undermine our people, so you really can't push back against their arguments. Well, I beg to differ. Okay, best of luck to you. Best of luck. It seems so obvious once you start down the path of going for it, doesn't it, Slots? It seems so obvious that you would be like, why would you use the words they give you to use? Somebody needs to parody Richmond north of Richmond. I wish I could. Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days. Freedom Advocate says Ali is going to collaborate with rappers and other mainstream artists in his new version of We Are the World. Great. Yes, I'm sure. All right. We're rolling along. Hey! Rapunzel is here. Hello, young lady. Carlisle Cockatoo. Throw down your hair. Throw down your long blonde braids. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, I thought whiteness was just another anti-white slur.
Well, they're always, and he says that's a great point. They're always, I guess I shouldn't say always. The most prominent, most power, well, not even most prominent often. It will become very prominent as we sink into a numerical minority. They'll be using whiteness a lot more. But to varying degrees, the anti-white slurs, these anti-white concepts, can wield a great degree of power over us, crippling our resistance. That's why we can't do it. I know there are groups out there. I know that there are couples out there where the lady is in charge. And she's like, we're not going to say that. We're going to say whiteness. You ain't going to say what he wants to say. We're going to say whiteness. Because I push back on men. Okay. Good luck. Good luck to you. Freedom Advocate says, what would I suggest if I were Trump's running mate? Maybe I'll come up with a slogan for him. Because he's not going to ask me. But wouldn't that be something, folks? The media would be just apoplectic. They would go, oh my God. Oh my God. Paroxysms of rage. But yeah, maybe I'll come up with a slogan. I don't know if he's going to go with just the basic MAGA. Again, Brian Oblivion is here. It's Space Flag is here. Scrolling through. Jimmy should check it out and then drop lexicon and concepts at No White Guilt. Uh-oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody will have to tag me. Thank you, though, for that, if it's something positive. We have a JB9 who might be here to troll, asking one of those questions that anti-whites are wont to ask. What is white? Only denying a people to the white race. It's one of those immediate identifiers of an anti-white. And if you're not one, then you need to stop identifying as one. It's like if you don't work at a sewage treatment plant, you need to stop smelling like one. Change of drawers, my friend. Change of drawers. Bathing. I don't care about the ablutophobia. You need to bathe. These same people, they never say, what's Jewish? Explain what black is. They don't exist. They never do it. So normally what I do when I'm in person, I ask them right away, do you ever say blacks don't exist? And then you can immediately see, and I say, oh, end of conversation. You just prove that you're anti-white. That's your motivator for the question. I don't need to have, you've just shown you're intellectually dishonest. Like, you're not like this. If you were 5 years old and you're like, what's white people? If you were 5 years old and you come up and you climb onto my lap as I sit in my throne that God himself is holding in his hand, and I sit in my throne and you crawl up into my lap and you're like, Lord, Savior, King, Emperor of Western kind, what is white? What is the white race? I would believe you're honest. But when you're an adult and you show up and you're like, what's white? And I say, do you ever say blacks don't exist? And they're like, duh. And then it's like that rebooting sound from the old internet on their face. And you see like that wheel of death turning in their eyes. And I'm like, anti-white, motherfucker, anti-white. It's this simple. Time and conflict will decide who's white. Time and conflict. You don't have to be white to serve white well-being. You can be 100% non-white and say to yourself, it's immoral to victimize people based on their birth. And I want the Western civilization I live in to continue to be the West. I don't want it to become something else. That's why me and my family moved here, or why my ancestors moved here, or why we haven't moved away.
because we like Western civilization. You could be 100% non-white and say that, and we will embrace you. And you can stand with us against the victimization. So what do you have to say now? You don't have to be even a shred. I'm not going to get into your conversations about DNA and then is this country white or is that country white? Because the bottom line is white people are going to be persecuted by anti-whites for being white. We know who we are. You know who we are. You've got no problem figuring out who's white when you're deciding who won't get that special treatment at Best Buy. No problem. So if you were honest and maybe you're like a little retardus and you're like, I don't understand what the white is. Or maybe you were honest and you were actually thinking, how do I respond to people who ask what white is? Then I get it. Okay. Now you know. But if you were just a drooling, imbecilic anti-white, you have been outed and defeated as I just went through you. I went through you like a strimmer in an overgrown lawn. And it was like whack, 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 gone. And I move on to the next anti-white. It feels so good to be that powerful, ladies and gentlemen. You too can wield that power. Who else is here? Speak up and say hello. Melissa is here. Jimmy is here. What the video is about exactly, Jimmy doesn't know. I don't even think a 5-year-old is being honest. Oh, if he asked that question. Well, I'm thinking in terms of being exposed to anti-whiteism, like what you're likely to experience. A 5-year-old is likely to say, after being exposed to anti-whiteism, if you haven't inoculated them with the go-free method, which you have to do, then they're going to come to you and say, what's white? Machiavellius is here. Great to see you. Maximo is here. I don't know, John Gaber. I don't know who or what that is. What is it? Tag me again. Paul is leaving. Goodbye to you, Paul. Last year, or the year before, I came up with a megalodon. Oh, that's right. The megalodon, a giant prehistoric shark that has no white guilt. Precisely. We need to do that. Hey, meme makers. Yes. Victorian time traveler did come up with that. The Magadon instead of Megalodon. So you're always going to have to put it in. I would always put it in like, you got to give like a size reference. So the Magadon shark is enormous, right? Don't put it up against a great white shark, but show like a diver or, like the anti-whites buy it somehow. And they're like the size of its teeth, right? That might be really cool. That might really fly. It might not, but I put it to the meme lord's discretion to figure out if something would work there. Gorgeous, beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. I love you all. Squirrels are in the house. Squirrels are in the house. Hide your nuts. Hide your nuts. I had to wear a cup for baseball and football. And this is a protection for the genitals. And I was in a game where I was a freshman at high school playing on the senior team. And I ran through, I was in a running back position. I ran through the whole offensive line. I was carrying the football, running back. And I got 4, 5, 6 yards before I was tackled. And it was a giant pile on. And while I was in that pile, there was a guy. He happened to be black, just for specificity. And he had grabbed a hold of, I guess it was my left leg. And he was using his left foot to repeatedly kick me in the groin, like the bottom of his foot. And if it hadn't been for the cup, who knows? Who knows? But Wear your protection when you're playing sports, my friends. And when you're riding a motorcycle or whatever. I mean, what are these crazy things that people, they go out and the motorcycle with a face, for the love of God, with a face. Do you not like the face you have? Why would you go out and crash and rub your face off, but then like maintain your brain so you can every day be lucidly thinking about how your face has been rubbed off? I don't get this. This doesn't make sense to me. John's comment was murdered by Carlisle. I don't know how. I'll have to check it out. Franklin is asking about the Magadon. Did No White Clips make it? He may have. Educate me on it. All right. This is what we're going to do. We got people commenting. We got financial gifts. Don't go anywhere. We're going to listen to a quick song. I'm going to be back in just a moment. A quick song by Jared George for a change, and then be right back. We're going to talk about these hospitals. We're going to talk about your comments and some more neat stuff. So just about 60 or so seconds. Be right back.
Gotta get along and walk beside the road. Thought my needs were not a wonder to load. Show another way. Knew not what to say. You took me off the road to know the way. Girl from Galway Bay, you took me out of time to know today. Girl from Galway Bay. Open fields and skies had been my only home. Worn out boots and on my back was all I owned. The last town had me free. Next will be the same. You took me off the road to know the way. The girl from Galway Bay. You took me out of time to know today. The girl from Galway Bay. Turn to me and let me see everything. Seeing you now lets me give you something. See each other give and have everything. Now nothing to hide.
And that is the great Jared George, ladies and gentlemen. An epic tune, great talent. Most unfortunate that he effectively was run off by ant gnats because they were so contradictory to his spirit. And even though we're white positive and this is what we create and what we do, they're like incessant, like gnats, like fleas, like various insects that you find objectionable. Mosquitoes, they're just at you. They're just always, and we had to fight them off again and again and again. And he was just like, I don't feel this in my spirit. It's not what I am. I can't keep having these interactions. And so you want to know why, at root, why Jared George, at root, why he's not here. It's really because of that. It was all of this endless that really soured him. the endless attack of the ant gnats. Once again, we talk about this so very often, how the antags of various stripes, specifically these Nazi LARPers in this case, and the J-Spergs, just run off good quality people. Could you imagine Jared George with his talent finally getting comfortable and white positivity, and then using that talent to body forth a white positive message about our persecution? Nope. The J-Spergs had to run off another good guy, another good talent. Somebody else, I guarantee you, you could get like 10,000 of J-Spergs together, and they don't even have an ounce of the talent that Jared George had. But they'll sure as hell run them off. Fuck these guys. I hate every one of them. I'm disgusted with every one of them. And they're really lucky that anti-whites are in charge and not me. They'll be talking about, oh, Jason. I mean, how many Jared Georges do you want to run off? Now you know why it pisses me off so much. You run off good people. They'd really be talking about unfair if I were in charge. No, freedom advocate, he's not going to do it. Ivan is asking about ant gnats. ANTNAT. Those are it stands for antique nationalists, the people who find their nationalism in antique stores. We don't find our nationalism there. Yes, Jared George was the guy I had he was my co-host, and for years, and we were great friends. And then about a year before he finally left, he was really getting uncomfortable with all of the J-Spergs and Nazi LARPers, especially in the art community. And he told them several times, he's like, I got to separate from you all. This can't continue. It's not my spirit. It's not what I feel. It's not who I am. You got to go. You got to knock it off. And then he gave him a second chance. And then a very specific couple again. And so then he was just like, all right, I'm done with that. And he left that art community. Meanwhile, I was trying to get these people to do the right thing, and they didn't. And not only did they run Jared George off, but then they also screwed up a number of people because they ended up participating and then getting attacked and doxxed by the anti-whites. And now they can't have a job. They can't have their business. They can't work in the field that they were trained for and that they love anymore. But let's power through it and keep doing it that way. Go off. I would much rather have all of these J-Spergs just go away and have Jared George here. Could you imagine? I want you to think about this. This is the timeline that just will never be. What if there were no, or the J-Spergs, Nazi LARPers, they all just disappeared when Jared George came on? He continued to grow in white positivity. He would have been making the songs that maybe he would have made, Richmond, North of Richmond, before Oliver Anthony. And then when anti-whites said that you're a racist for making it, he would have been like, I don't care what you have to say. I love my people. I'm putting an end to the victimization for the good of everybody in the West, instead of disowning the community. So if you want to know, where's Jared George? What happened? He's such a great talent. What happened to him? Well, you can blame it on the J-Sperging Nazi LARPers. That's all they're fucking good at, is running off good people. They never, by the way, the people they hate, I really want you to think about this. They hate Jews and they want to bring harm to Jews, but they never do. That's like their thing. They're gonna do something to Jewish people. All of them, whether they're innocent or anti-white, all of them, but they never do anything. They never accomplish anything there. What they actually do prolifically is smear us, is run off good people everywhere, ruin people's lives. For sake, how is the white race this dumb? Come on. Wake up. Oh, I see. Ivan knows what they are, but he was making a joke mocking them as insects. Yes, that's what they are. You're right. All right. Let's continue the fun, ladies and gentlemen, on your tour with White Wellbeing Airlines. Let's go ahead and bring up this screen. That's not the screen I want. Here we go. You and your family, at some point, you're going to be sick. At some point, your family members are going to be sick. They're going to need to be at the hospital. We've talked about equity in healthcare many times, and it's being visited upon. These ideas, these anti-white ideas, are being visited upon these health institutions. My conservative brothers and sisters, it's not powerful. It's total weakness to go into these debates and say, we shouldn't be doing this to anyone of any race. We shouldn't do this to blacks. We shouldn't do this to Hispanics. We shouldn't do it to Asians. We shouldn't do it to anybody of any race. And then hope that somehow, by not mentioning you, the anti-white is going to be befuddled. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, okay, you've tricked me here. I think I'll reel it back. I don't want to hurt black people either. You're not going to trick them. The only powerful argument to make here is you are intentionally victimizing white people on the basis of our birth. And I am disgusted, and I am righteously indignant. And then show them that fire of righteous indignation. That's the only way you have an argument. Do not go in there, and you know that you would have in the past, or you know plenty of people who would go in and see their mother getting shitty treatment because of equity in healthcare. And they're going to go in there and say, is this equity in healthcare? I don't think we should be discriminating on the basis of race. I'm totally anti-white, and I don't think we should be, I'm so moral, I'm such an anti-white moral actor that we should not be discriminating on the basis of race. They're not going to get tricked. You're dumb. Go in there and say, we're white. Equity in healthcare discriminates against white people. I am so righteously indignant over this. And then show them the fire of that righteous indignation. Hospital exec says white race should be made to feel uncomfortable about its whiteness. The main health executive claims white people are conditioned to be evil. They use the word racist there. Remember, this is the claim about anti-whiteism. In the anti-white narrative, white people have an original sin that is born inside of us and never goes away, an original evil. Sometimes they'll call it racism. Sometimes they'll call it anti-Semitism. Sometimes they'll call it bigotry. Sometimes they'll call it sexism. Sometimes they'll call it all these various names. Homophobia, you can go on and on. Transphobia, and they'll keep adding them. The bottom line is, you don't need to know any of those words. Those are all in their story, their anti-white narrative, to demonize you, to destroy you, and it's been working. You've been living in their story. You don't need to know any of that. The anti-white narrative says that your race, your people, are evil at birth. This is why they argue for white women to not be having families. This is why in London they say that a white family is not representative of Londoners. This is why when they talk about foregoing children, they always show white people. And when they talk about having big families, they always show non-white people. Because the white race and the anti-white narrative is evil. The only thing you can do as an anti-white person, even anti-white one, is buy yourself a little bit of time. That's the case it's always been. For much earlier in the anti-white narrative, they really kept it true to this. We have these principles. And that's what we all are aspiring to, these principles of not discriminating based on race. And white people, please come in and join us on this. And white people were bamboozled. And they participated, even though folks like me were saying, that's a trap. It's like the two crabs standing outside the crab trap, and all the other ones are going in. And you got these two crabs with like big foreheads, and they're like, it's a trap, you fools. They keep going in. Even though there are people all this time, this is what they conclude. Back then it was, we have these principles. Now they say you can be an ally. Because why? Anti-whiteism is more prevalent. It's more powerful. It holds more nodes of power. If it were true, by the way, just as an aside, if it were true that anti-whiteism is merely this cabal of people at the very top, here and there, people at the very top, then this level of control would have existed in the past. This level of victimization would have existed in the past. Anti-whiteism is an idea. It's a demon that possesses the human animal. And that's how we have to contend with it. So, the anti-whites at Maine Health say that white people are by nature evil. Do not listen to their racist is an anti-white slur meant to demonize any concern for the well-being of our people. Think about it. Every time you say anything that is at odds with victimizing white people, they can call you a racist. So it's the weaponization for the demonization of white well-being. That's all it is. So never use it. You can't wield it. So it means that we're evil. A Maine hospital executive involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is DIE for us, diversity, inclusion, and equity, hosted an anti-racist, we have to translate that, anti-white, prayer service. I think all of us have had a notion, an inkling to some degree or another, that anti-whiteism functions in the human animal as a religion, and it does. And so here you have, and that's not new though. Praying to anti-whiteism has been around for a couple generations. It's not been at the head of a hospital, a collection of hospitals, 20,000 or some more employees, I think they say. But praying to anti-whiteism has already existed. He hosted a prayer service that had a group of white people apologize for their evil. They call it internalized racism. We don't use their concepts as white people. We can say, if we really want to translate it to be perfect, what do we say there in that case? If you really want to translate it to our speak, it would be for their heresy to anti-whiteism. So I had a group of white people apologize for their heresy to anti-whiteism, a religion. They're talking about praying to it, prayer service. According to a video released by Fox News Digital, Ryan Polly, vice president of DIE at Maine Health, a hospital system of over 20,000 employees. He has said the hospitals cater to overwhelmingly white patients. Can you believe that? Which is reflected by the demographics. So the writer here is pushing back, like, of course they cater to mostly white people because that's the demographics. The anti-white is so disturbed, so possessed by the demon anti-whiteism that he is upset that the overwhelming number of the patients are white in New England. Why would that upset him? Because white people are being cared for, because they're receiving relief. What's the opposite of being cared for and receiving relief? That's what Ryan wants for them. He just showed you that. He just told you, if you're able to read between the lines like we are, he just told you. He wants victimization. Polly refers to himself as a minister, I guess a minister of anti-whiteism, of a group called One Spirit. Boy, that sounds pretty demonic, doesn't it? According to a video reviewed by Fox News Digital, which has since been scrubbed by Maine Health, Polly is shown teaching attendees how to be practitioners of anti-whiteism through a prayer, so a mantra, a prayer that he dedicated to loving spirits who are known by many names. Boy, this is some demonic, scary, anti-white shit. The hospital. You're going to have a car accident. You're going to have somebody you care about is going to have one. You're going to have a heart attack. You're going to need to go there for an elective surgery for something going wrong in your body. And the people who are going to be caring for you are taught how to be anti-white in the name of loving spirits. This is pure anti-white demonic hatred of the white race. And so now do you see how futile it is to go in there and be style and saying, we shouldn't be discriminating against people based on race. Do you see how absolutely feckless that is? This is a blood dripping from the mouth cult of anti-whiteism. And you're going to walk in there and own their deeds by saying we shouldn't be discriminating on the basis of race. The DIE leader's ideology is steeped in anti-whiteism. There you have Fox News writers calling it what the anti-whites want to call it, in this case, critical race theory. He said during the prayer service that he himself maintains, quote, racist narratives and biases. So in other words, since he's white, he is doing this self-flagellation exercise, this self-hatred because he's white. That he is, no matter how anti-white he is in the world, he is still stained with the evil. So, is it something you learn? The anti-whites are telling you right there that it's not something you learn. Earlier, he said conditioned to be. But now he's saying, even though you learn to be anti-white, you're still poisoned by this. So what he's saying is you're born this way and it never changes as long as white people live. Let them talk to you. Hear what they're actually saying to you, okay? Only then, when we attack the very essence of our being as white people, only then can we become equipped to challenge the systems, in other words, to just white erase more systems that the white race have built, and then they're going to say have been designed to advantage and oppress. Now, in other words, systems that were built by us, for us, and then we allowed other people to come in. And now you're going to take our grace, our magnanimity, and you're going to say it's an evil thing, and we need to suffer for it. Everything that we built has to be destroyed. Mighty anti-white of you. Quote, as the head of diversity, inclusion, and equity, DIE, at a major health system, and by the way, they didn't punish him as far as I know. There's no not even at this point. Frequently about my role as a white person, as a leader, as a diversity leader, I think about the responsibility so in other words, an anti-white leader, the responsibility I have to continue the deep and internal work of understanding my own, he's saying evil for the white race, of course, my own narrative and biases. I think about the privilege that my whiteness affords me. Give up your job right now. My whiteness keeps me and my family safe. Does it? Does it? Do you work for Best Buy? Do you work for any of these major companies, international companies? You'll see if it's keeping you safe. When they find you in the streets and they're like, kill that white mother effer, is your whiteness keeping you safe? videos by the tens of thousands. Let's get to announcements really quick, and I'll get to your comments as we are almost at 9 p.m. And I think I have one call request, and we will get to that. Announcements today, we have, I have Dr. Swain's new book. I'm one of the first people to have it. The Adversity of Diversity. And the book is actually not too many pages. You can find it on Amazon. And we had Dr. Swain on a couple of weeks back, and hopefully in the future as well, maybe to talk about this. Be prepared that the font is pretty small, but not many pages. Small font, but not many pages. And it's a lot of legal stuff, but it's still going to be an interesting read as I have dipped here and there. And you will find the same to be the case. Adversity of Diversity. Check it out. Dr. Swain. Also wanted to mention the only other announcement I had here for sure before we get to the mailbag is there was a person in our live chat recently who decided to say that another content creator was not using our lexicon and dialectics, and he was using his own. But all that matters is the message. So this person was saying, for the good of the white positive sphere, this person is using his own verbiage, and all that matters is the message. And so that's wonderful for the good of the white positive sphere. That person is banned forever from my channel. That is totally undermining of the mission here in service to white well-being. The message is the dialectics and lexicon. That's what it is. There is no other message. And that the words here, the concepts here, are neither here nor there. Maybe they can be used, maybe not. Everybody is just on the same, everybody's on the same path to the same bullshit. I've been doing this for decades. Everybody ain't on the same path. Everybody doesn't have the same message. The message is conveyed by way of the concepts and the dialectics. There is no, he's using his own or she's using her own verbiage, and all that matters is the message. What's the message then? What's the message? Is it J-spurging? Is that the message? And you think this is just going to be, I don't even think that was the case with this person. I don't think this person was trying to say, oh, the message is actually J-spurging or Nazi LARPing or cravening off into the hills or building a militia or secession, or I don't think this person was saying any of that. But if you hold an opinion in this community that undermines the work I've been doing for decades, you are fucking gone. There is zero tolerance. So you get this straight. Everybody get this straight. We have something that empirically works. It's the concepts. They work everywhere we push them exactly the way that I said they would work. Exactly the way that champions in service to white well-being have said they would work. It is for the good of our people, and therefore for the good of everyone in the West. There is no other message. This is it. And the concepts are the most important thing. So don't anybody ever dare say that that's immaterial, because you will be gone so fast, your head will come off your shoulders. I am intolerant as hell of that. And if you see people saying that, give them fair warning. Well, the concepts really don't matter. Fair warning. Because next time you're gone forever. It's a perfect example of what Fornol and I were talking about with people coming in and they are concern trolling. They're like, oh yeah, one of you, totally same vein and everything. We just Go watch this other guy's content too, and he just happens to have a totally contradictory position. Or ignore the concepts here because they really don't matter. Only matters is the message, whatever that is. Somebody shows up doing that, gone. They're not one of us. They're here to undermine the work that we're doing. Unbelievable. I saw the champion Franklin. He's like, the concepts are the most important thing. Like, what is the go free practice if it's not the concepts and the dialectics? Oh, but at the same time, using our lexicon for things like white positive sphere and all of that. No pity. No pity. We have found the thaumatological mailbag. It is unequivocally the case. And inside there is a single piece of mail. And we will break out 07s and some raucous emojis and some fireworks and some crowns for Randy. Randy, who is as true as the changing seasons. $30 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Wonderful to look down in the mailbag. I peered down into the thaumatological mailbag and I was just like, oh, it's Randy in there. Thank you so much, good brother. And thank everybody for celebrating Randy. First last saying here, consistency, uniformity, and repetition is so important in getting the message across. And he said that's from Al Handel said that. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for echoing him there so I wouldn't miss that. Franklin says, can there be GFIBS/JIBS? Jason-induced bipolar syndrome. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. That's funny. Once whites are a small enough minority, you won't be allowed to be an ally. You'll have to eternally apologize for being white either way, and often already have to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's already there. And you think about white women, how they were an ally for so long, and they were allowed to be right up front. And now they're like, get out of the room, they say to them, the anti-whites. A white female can stay in the room now if she's a member of another victim group, privileged group. But yeah, now they're just like, get out. We don't need you anymore to victimize white people. Now you're part of the people we're going to victimize. And you got to be smart here. You got to be smart and understand. Because midwits will conclude, well, then anti-whiteism must be coming from non-white people. No. It comes from white and non-white people. White people got into anti-whiteism when they're at some age. Non-white people get into anti-whiteism at some age for the reasons we've talked about before. And it serves them, their interests over the course of their life. And then at some point, the white ones get eaten by it because the victim of it is white. The victim of it is Western kind. All right. What else do we have here? Having a glorious night. What a wonderful night. Sunday gathering. All of our victories getting together. We're hanging out. We're talking about important things and how we can take those news items to our circles of influence using the lexicon and dialectics that are the substance of what we do, not immaterial. Biospirit says, no pity for anti-white potty. Yeah, that's right. First Last said, that's one hell of a salute. All right. Very good, very good. Let's look over here. And we have... Wow. Let's keep going. I told you, First Last, it contributes in so many different ways. And he contributed the meme curative concept we're going to be trying out. Hope hoax. Hope hoax. And that's what Oliver Anthony has ended up being for us. He was a hope hoax. It didn't start off as a hoax. That's what it ended up being, though. And I still hope that he'll turn around, but I doubt it. Hope hoax. He contributed that. Glorious. He's contributed others. And he just contributed $100 to white well-being. Let's get out some 007s. 007s and crowns. Crowns to drop on his head as the cloud, the silver cloud, rains crowns down on his head. He's got like 10 crowns going straight up in the air, this guy. Rains some crowns on his head, some rugged emojis. We love ya. First Last coming in, $100. He says with it, open, empty, drop. Uh-oh. It's a riddle. Open, empty, drop. $100 from this working class man testimonial, contributing in so many ways. God dang. We have real heroes here. And his participation and this level of support really saying something, since he's been through so many of the other groups, imbibed them, had a look, and etc. And he's like, well, these are all failures, and this works. We have I Love Jesus Christ coming in, the dear lady, with a $10 financial gift over here on Cash App. Thank you so much, sister. $10. And she's like Randy. She's like the seasons. Never misses. And we have keep the raucous emojis going. 07s. This gentleman hit the $20 minimum for celebrating. Show him some love. $20 financial gift from, we will call you Marco. He says, love your hot takes. They are wonderful. Well, God bless you, Marco. I appreciate it. $20 financial gift. Is that your first one? If so, thank you so very much. Looking good. Thank you, good sir. Thank you to everyone. And we have another true fighter in the trenches, financially gifting here. Unstoppable, gentlemen. Even when adversity in the life appears, he just knocks down the adversity and continue. Like our great warriors of old. They have like one battle going on here, and they're letting the guy hit the shield, and they're taking out another one over here. Cool Papa J Magic. $10 financial gift says, Go Free is the silver bullet. Oh my God, it is. It kills the werewolf of anti-whiteism. Very well put with that $10 financial gift, good sir. Very well put. And we have another one. I think this one, is this one brand new as well? $10 financial gift. $10 might be the first one. I don't know. I'm not sure. $10 says ending the victimization of white people. And this is from Jenna. Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate that. If this is the first financial gift, then welcome. If it's not, then my deep apologies. And thank you so much for financially gifting. $10 financial gift for ending the victimization of white people. Folks, we have to do it. It's up to us, and everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome of every background, and we have folks of different races, different religions that say enough is enough with victimizing white people. We're going to stop this. It's wrong. Don't want the West to die. And that's how it has to be. And then you see how easy you can handle the smug. What's white? What's white? All of these arguments All these deep thinkers have come forward and they'll handle it. And then I'm like, just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. And I hammer these people. Just get out of the way. Oh, Jay Bishop says that's her. So thank you so much. And I guess that's not your first financial gift. Thank you so very much. Kinfolk is here. So I have to remember that's Jay Bishop. All right. Well, we don't know what name you put as your first name. We don't know if that's the real one or not. So that would be a good little feint. If you give the wrong first name and then you're like, oh no, you know my real name now. That would be smart. First Last says, if you are so smart. Oh, he was getting me to go over to Cash App. $100. $100 from this guy. This man means it with all his heart. I swear we have found good people. They have found their way here. Nitro is here. Hello. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Let me make sure. First Last says, to all who thanked me, so many of you, you are welcome. Now join me. Yeah, get active. Let's go over here to Entropy. All right, our only champion here is Dude Bro Moment. We love Dude Bro Moment. He's over there on Entropy. He owns that house. That house belongs to him. But we do have a message here. Thank you, Jason, for your courage and passion in your work for white people, writes June. Thank you so much for that, June. If you would like to leave a message that won't scroll away, you can do so on the chat widget over on Entropy. The link is in the description below. We'll be getting to that phone call in a moment. Really quickly, I want to take a look at these other platforms. You know what I do want to read? This is something I wanted to do today. It is Thorberson and a comment that he left. I would want to get to as much of it as I can, maybe before and after the call, because he is a white man who married a black woman. All of his family is black. All the relatives are black, and all friends and I don't know about coworkers, maybe even black or other non-white groups. And he has messages to share about the environment and what some of these people who happen to be very anti-white think and what they receive, the kind of help and benefits that they receive from these United States, ladies and gentlemen, that you do not receive. So is it about all people? Another, again, a big thank you to... it's actually Avalon. $25 over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much. At least I think. It could be blurry this time. Looks like we're blank over there. And anybody over here on Rumble? Well, that's ignorant. Of course. Such brains over there. Such wits. All right, let me get to this. The sun has set. Thorberson writes here, I wanted to share some frustration here, as I only have non-white friends and family. I don't think it would come as any surprise, but yes, I have the inside scoop, if you will. I have pretty much had anti-whiteism rubbed in my face all my life, living around my black family and non-white friends, but sometimes it just gets to you, how real this is, and how I see it firsthand. And the only reason, folks, that I'm even bothering to read this is because I have, with non-white friends, I have seen some of the same things he's talking about here, so I know it's true. I have just not paid attention to it as anti-whiteism. I became accustomed to thinking that as a white man, I just won't get any benefits. And that's just life. I think most whites do this, and it's very sad. I have a very regular job and I manage to get by, but I don't make a lot of money. But many of my non-white friends do, and I'm happy for them, but I am very frustrated because I'm left out from receiving any benefits like many, if not most, of my friends and family have. I don't even know where to start. I couldn't even count the amount of friends and family I know that have been lifted by the government just because they're non-white. I am sick of it. Not because it's bad that they get help, but because I don't. And I am being discriminated against. I remember attending school, had to pay $16,000 out of $16,000 out of my hard-earned pocket. My black friend earned more than me that went to the same school and received a $16,000 grant while I had to pay. He agreed it wasn't fair when I told him, but then it just went into the memory box. Another black friend of mine received a loan for a house only for non-whites and now lives in a beautiful home. He also gets free education. More than I can count of my black friends have received $40,000 startup loans for their businesses, as it's been a program easily available for grabs. One friend in particular took the loan and just bought himself a luxury car. The guy who received the house loan, he also earned less than me and had worse credit than me. And again, I felt left out. I still live in an apartment. And talking about my apartment, it is very tiny compared to very many of them compared to my friends who live on Section 8. And many have big, beautiful apartments, has even nice neighbors. Now are forced to inhabit Section 8. I do not live in a bad neighborhood. Also, lately, very frustrating, my Cuban friend from Florida just let me in on a secret to his wealth because he is trying to help me. He has a net worth of millions. Not to mention, Jeff Bezos is actually an immigrant son from Cuba. I started thinking to myself, maybe even Jeff, the owner of Amazon, received special help back then. Anyways, my Cuban friend told me that there are all these grants and loans if I can claim to be non-white. And he told me I have to do that. He said it's so easy, and he does this all the time and has received millions of dollars from the government for his endeavors, for his businesses. He says the government has billions of dollars just laying there only for non-whites to pick up when they are not lazy. All the time he is talking to me about this, of course. He doesn't care about the fact that I have been victimized my whole life and not been able to get any of these opportunities. And also, how easy will it be for me to claim to be non-white? Again, I will be left out and have a harder way to a good lifestyle. I don't even want to start mentioning any more of this, as it makes me frustrated. But I have countless members of my family and friends who have beautiful homes that they have received only because they are black. From PPO loans for non-whites, special home loans, and business loans, I have more than I can count, probably 30 or 40 of my non-white friends who all have received free education and now live in beautiful homes and have successful businesses started up by free grants from the government. I'm telling you, as an insider living in a black family, this is just a normal life for them. Not to beat a dead horse and talk about stereotypes with all of my family and friends, but because not all of my family and friends are lazy as hell, but many smoke weed daily, going to parties and enjoying an extravagant, very carefree life. Any black friend I know that wants to be successful, the only reason they aren't is because they are partying too much and just smoking weed. All they have to do is just get on the government program and help that is set aside to just serve them so that they can easily start a business and be lifted to the sky far above me. If I was black, I would have been a multimillionaire many years ago, 100% guaranteed. I have witnessed the most retardous of my friends start successful businesses because they get multiple loans and grants. I'm not the best at explaining here, But seeing all my non-white friends being handed out millions of dollars has truly made an impact on my life. A feeling of being left out that can only be described as torture. My friends have nice cars, nice houses, and businesses, all just handed to them. He goes on. We don't have enough time for the rest of this one tonight. I have seen this with non-white friends as well. I have looked at the actual programs. I've helped non-white friends who are in business, and I've seen the programs available to them. And get ready for the call, by the way. WordConqueror, get ready. You'll get 5 minutes. I have seen the programs that are available to them. None of these things are available to regular white people. In some cases, there are some, as far as my experience goes, check it out for yourself. Maybe this guy's he's missing all the programs for white males. And maybe just me all along, just missing all the programs for white males. But I have seen also what he's saying he has seen in his life here. Black family members, non-white friends of various non-white groups who have successful businesses, beautiful homes, beautiful cars, carefree lives, extravagance, spending money, living large, raining money. And he says because he's a family member, because he's the close friend, they're sharing the truth with him. Got this 40 grand here, got this 80 grand there, got this 200 grand here for a startup business. And we have years back on this channel, we brought on Carlisle. We've talked about the different programs, the bills that we're setting up for law, the different programs for things like these giveaway, these self-improvement grants. We've actually named them in the government. I don't have them in front of me right now, but you can go and look. These things don't exist, at least as far as we've been able to find, or any other white people we talk to, for white people. What's the effect? There are endless ramifications of this, endless ramifications. Like Thorberson says, he doesn't begrudge them making use of it and living large because of it and getting a nice house and nice car. And I don't either. But the bottom line is this is extraordinarily deleterious for our civilization. You cannot victimize, and that's what this is. This is about the victimization of Western kind. This is about the theft of wealth and the legacy of Western kind. Thieving it from Western kind and then giving it to these other groups of man, enriching them to the moon. And they're not going to be giving the wealth away to white people. They're going to be as is far more normal for the majority. Some will, but for the majority, they are much more cognizant of race and ethnicity, and they are going to be using that money in that vein. This is about the victimization of Western kind, stealing the inheritance from us, the financial inheritance, the power inheritance. And you can go on and on there. Things that you can form the image of in your mind that you know would come, but can't put your hand on. But there is also the tangible. Because look at the effect that it's had on his life. Look at the effect it's had on my life. Why try? Why bother to try at work? Why bother to bust your ass when your black brother-in-law or your black friend or your Hispanic neighbor is going to be able to just go out? They're just going to be given the executive positions with the six-figure salaries at your expense. They're just going to be given these grants, these loans that won't have to be paid back. They're just going to be given this, and the wealth increases. The value of the dollar that you have, that you're working for hard for, decreases. You can buy less and less of it. Who was Oliver Anthony singing about again? Let's make this call to WordConqueror.
Hello?
Promethean hails to you, brother. 5 minutes. The mic is yours. What's on your mind?
So I was just going to say first, thanks to everyone for pushing the lexicon. I've seen people using the word anti-white a lot. And what's interesting is I even saw this guy who wasn't really an anti-white, but was like, I don't think he was anti-white at all. He just falls for some of the anti-white talking points, if that makes sense. But he was like the biggest abstractionist imaginable. And, he ran for California governor. His name was Larry Elder. But even I think 11 months ago was using the word anti-white in one of his YouTube videos.
Yes.
And something I was going to say about the ant-nat people is obviously, we shouldn't participate in the demonizing other groups, but at the same time, I think there still are surprisingly a few of them that are kind of just stuck in the narrative.
Right.
Because I remember there was this guy, and I'm not going to name who it is to avoid sounding like I'm singling him out or whatever, but he was like, he was saying all these things about you and how you're like a subversive and a J. And and the reason I mentioned this was because I responded to his comment and I said, well, Jason doesn't, he doesn't want to harm, obviously you don't want to harm Jewish people. I don't think most J-Sperks do either. They're just completely brainwashed. But at the same time, he doesn't want to demonize, Jews is what I was trying to say, or what I said. He wants to focus on how, non-white people are not bad people, they cannot recreate Western civilization, right? So it's not that we don't acknowledge that Jews are different, right? It's that we don't view their differences as an immoral thing. We just see them as different people who cannot recreate our civilization. And he ended up liking my comment. And this was a guy who was very critical of you, right? He's like, oh, he's a J, he's evil. He's a, like every, stereotypical thing that he could say about Jewish people. But he liked my comment. And that was interesting because I thought he was going to have an angry response or whatever. But instead, he liked my comment. And I don't know if he thought that I was a namer or whatever, because maybe I phrased it ambiguously. But, I made it clear that it was like, well, Jason doesn't want to demonize Jews. He just focuses on how different races are different. And we should be able to continue our people, right? And he ended up liking the comment. And so I think that there are still a few of them left that are willing, not necessarily willing to listen, but they're just, they're not completely subversive. They're actually kind of, and I think that as we begin to reclaim our destiny, I think you've said something similar to this, but maybe a little bit different. Those people will come around, if that makes sense. Maybe.
And, we hope. 15 more seconds, brother.
And I was gonna say something else, but I completely forgot what it was.
Oh no. Well, you're on the phone next week, so just write it down, brother.
Yeah. Sorry. Have a great day.
Promethean Hails. All right, brother. Bye-bye. Champ. Tight quarters here at the end of the gathering. WordConqueror is fantastic. Yeah, there are going to be folks who are engaged in white negativity and tags of various stripes as we're down here to the final seconds of the gathering. And I have no doubt that they'll come around. The ones that are worth coming around will come around. Let's put it that way. We make a case, and I don't know how long, you can look at something failing that you're doing and something succeeding elsewhere and then stick with the failing. So it's like what I said. I mean,
they will winnow themselves out who's worthy and who's not. But the bottom line is we are here for those who want to put white people first, focus on us, and say, where's the victimizing happening? And we're gonna say enough of the victimizing, no more harming us. That's what we're gonna say moving out of here for this Sunday to force us into this coming week, to launch us out of the cannons so that we are cannons of love, so that we are most effective. I want to see glorious things out of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you are capable of it. I know that you have the spirit of the West inside of you. You need to start listening for his voice. That great spirit speaks to all of us. It is among us when we get together like this, and it empowers us in all that we do. You need only go free of these poisons and listen. And those silver trumpets will become most clear. I love y'all. Let's go free.